Jesus, the moment I swapped scene, oh my god, my VTuber has never been so laggy! Oh my god, Jesus freaking Christ, why is it so laggy? Oh god, it's so freaking laggy. Why is it so laggy? I do not know. Anyway, hello everybody, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on what time zone you're in. Welcome to the stream, everybody. Welcome. I hope you all had a lovely day. Have a lovely day of you. Welcome to the stream, everybody. Welcome. It has been... How long has it been? It's been a good while since I've lost stream. Technically speaking, yes, it's been a good while. I reckon probably almost 3 weeks-ish since I've last streamed. For some unknown reason, VTuber Studio is taking up so much of my GPU power. CPU power. It has always been. I need to figure out why it's taking up so much of my GPU power again. Not too sure why, to be honest. But it is what it is. But as much as it's laggy AF and it's heavy, I think I would potentially have to kind of like run it on a different source instead of just CPU power. It is what it is. But I kind of know why. It's probably because of the NVIDIA app. Because NVIDIA, the graphics studios, it is having OBS. For some reason, it's having my VTuber Studio and probably OBS optimized. I don't know why it's optimizing it by default. That's probably the reason why it's having it's eating up so much GPU. Which is why I have to unoptimize it, just so that it will not eat so much of my GPU power, but eat my CPU power instead. Sorry, it will eat my GPU instead of my CPU, because I have a good ass GPU, but it's eating up my CPU power for no apparent reason. But it is what it is. It's kind of like I have to reconfigure it kind of a little bit, but at least right now, it is doing a little tap of better, I guess. Hopefully, fingers crossed. And I was trying to figure out how to get my OBS to allow my stream to be in HD, because I've noticed for a very long period of time, for some unknown reason, I don't know why. I definitely for sure have set my OBS to stream at 1080p. Like, I kid you not, I stream it at 1080p. But it has consecutively only allowed me to stream at like 720p. For what reason? I do not know. I do not freaking know. But it is what it is. I have to play around with the settings a little more. I have not been able to, but I will. And thus today my productivity stream will be doing a lot of things. And I'm very long overdue with setting up streamer board, so I will take today's productivity stream to deal with streamer board at the same time. So fingers crossed it will not crash my PC or the stream at least. I did beforehand, like before stream, I did. Like the past couple of days, I did play around with streamer board a little bit, but I have not like allowed it to run at least through the stream yet. The sole reason is because I think that the sole reason was because I didn't want like streamer board to run now. Is because if I allow streamer boards to run now, I felt like if I do that, it would just end up... I just realized why did I not enable this? I feel like if I didn't allow it to run... If I allow it to run now, I could end up compromising a lot of things. Thus I was like, okay, you know what? Maybe I'll just have it run on like the typical Streamlabs first, and then I will turn on streamer bots once I have everything set up. So that's why it's currently still not on. So for now, it's still on Streamlabs, but once I have everything set up, I will have it on Streamerbot. So you have a bit more interactive things to do. And I will also start to adjust some of the membership stuff, because I know I'm very overdue to membership stuff, and I felt so bad because it's been over a year-ish. I think it's been over a year or something. When was the last time I have a membership stuff? I think it's been like over a year since we had a membership stuff. And it's just like, I felt bad that I didn't really do anything members only stuff for a while now. And I was like, why did I not do anything? Like I just realized like I didn't really do a lot of members only posts for like over a year. The last time was like it's online stuff, and that was like 2 months ago. And also, hello button. Hello button. Hello buddy. Welcome to the stream. Welcome. Hey, I love you there. I really love you to have you. The last time I had like exclusive stuff was like 2 months ago, and it was for about Easy on Live. And then afterwards, I was supposed to have like a anniversary art gift for everyone, and then one for members only. The thing is, I was long overdue because my IRL work kind of like caught me, and it was like so busy. How busy it was like insane busy. It was to a point where I barely got time to breathe. Like, and I'm not gonna lie, I was actually having like a burnout moment right after Easy on Live end. I was caught back to back with a lot of like stuff to catch up on, and then my health declined, and some of the mods and people who were closer to me would have probably known that there was a period of time where I went really out of contact. Like, no one really could contact me, or I didn't really contact anyone for like a good couple of days or something. Like, I really went MIA for a good couple of days, and it was because I was really typically gone for a good couple of days because I had to go for an emergency procedure-ish. I'm not gonna tell you what specifically, but I had to go for an emergency procedure, and because of that, I was away, and I had to like recuperate and really properly rest, so I couldn't do anything. I was pretty in and out, like zoning in and out because of meds. So I have very limited time to be like sane, like properly sane. And when I was properly sane, it was usually the time where I spent that time working or like trying to catch up or reply people as much as I can. But the moment I respond to people, I was like, what's going on? What am I doing? That was like the time when I actually responded to people. But yeah, that was pretty much it. That's pretty much how I've been doing. Then behind the scenes, I'm also, but like, it's not like I even though I say I'm burnt out, it doesn't mean that I'm not doing anything. I'm still been cooking on stuff. Some people know what I'm cooking up on, some people don't. I've been working on a lot of stuff behind the scenes as well. I've been trying to work on particularly there is a quite big of a project that I've been working on quietly on my own. It's not really very big, and it's not really very small either. So I don't know what to call that size of a project, but it's considered quite a passionate type of project. It's normally not a skill that you do when you're usually not. It's a skill that you will not do unless you're passionate about something, and that's what I'm doing. I'm practically doing something that I'm passionate about, thus it's taking up a bit more time, and I'm hoping that I could release it next year in 2026. So it's something that I'm dedicating again for a year out of my own time. But I do have plans to potentially do what do you call it? Donathon? Do you call it a donathon thing? Like a crap. Do you call it donathon? I don't know what you call it. I don't know what's a label for it. But hopefully I could bring out a donathon or something like that along that line. So I could help fund for it, because most of the things that I'm doing is based out of my own pocket. And I don't know how many of you know this, but I'll probably do a proper announcement pretty much really soon, once I'm done with everything. But I will do a very proper announcement, because I'm mostly almost fully recuperated, like almost fully back on track, but I'm still trying to get back on track again. After all the burnout and all the emergency proceedings, all the stuff that happened for the past couple of months, especially after ECL Live. Also, please let me know if the audio is okay and stuff. It's been a while since I last streamed, so I'm like, I'm hoping, I'm fingers crossing that everything's gonna be okay. I am officially a part of Sponsor. It's just that I haven't actually properly announced it. But Sponsor, it is part of a... It's kind of almost like a donathon kind of thing, or like community or people who would like to donate, or just for like a specific project that I'm working on, or other people's projects that you think it's interesting about, or you have a similar passion about, and you feel like, oh, I kind of want to help in funding this person or whoever who's working on this project or initiate this project. And you're like, this project seems interesting. I kind of want to help fund for this and see how it develops. Or any other thing, or if they're doing like watch along and they would like, and you would like to sponsor them for that. Sponsor is literally a website that by the way, I'm not I'm not sponsored for this. I'm just a part of Sponsor, because this is so weird to call it. I'm part of Sponsor, but I'll make a proper announcement. But basically, Velcy was very kind enough to invite me and to officially invite me to be a part of Sponsor, and I'm officially a creator I'm in the creator program of Sponsor, where I'm able to those projects that I publicly would like to allow people to fund for, I can publicly post it there, and then if you like to fund for it, you can, and I will be able to like start on that project or slowly work on it once that project is fully funded or while it is being funded for. That's the TLDR version, but there are so many other people who are looking for people to help sponsor for that project, and that's literally like what Sponsor is all about. So it's like, it's almost like a sponsorship kind of program kind of thing, but it's all on the website, and it's entirely made and like created by Velocity. And it's like Velocity has been like they're like so cool with it, and they're so supportive entirely. So they also did like a watch along for ECL Live, and they have been so nice. They've been nothing but so nice throughout the whole watch along, and they've been so excited for it entirely. So I just been like nothing but, I felt like I've been really blessed to have such amazing people around me. Even like the past couple of, like the past year, especially last year and this year, I know I've been very on and off of content creating, because last year it was more of like ECN Live. This year, after ECN Live finished, I still had the post event to deal with, and then I also have other things to work on. But I feel like I'm very, very lucky to have like so many people to still remember me. Even though I was pretty sure people would have already long forgotten about me, or like no one would have bought it or care whether I was still here or not. And I was, to be honest, I talked about this to so many people, especially at midnight. Well, if I'm gonna be very honest, one of the people I actually talked to the most was Alice. I talked about this to Alice the most. In general, we had like a private not private VC, but kind of like we did chat about it a bit back then. I think it's like slightly after ECL Live or before, but I remember during ECL Live, I did talk to her about like at one point I was like, maybe after ECL Live, yes, I no longer think about graduating. Obviously, I'm no longer thinking about graduating as a VTuber, obviously. But I did tell her, like, there are very high chances that I'm gonna restart from scratch, because no one will probably remember me, or like the entire community is just gonna like be gone already. Like, I don't think there's gonna be any more specters left who remembers me, or even like the people that I know, most of them are already gone. Like, they moved on, or they're no longer interested in VTubers. I mean, everyone fluctuates, you know, that interest fluctuates. They grow, they develop as a person, and you know, our interests kind of like, you know, our interest is kind of like it's a temporal thing. Some people takes up more interest in things longer than others, or some of us, our passions are like stronger. Like, for me, I have more passion with production and creative stuff. Content creating, I'm still passionate about content creating. It's just that it's because of how crazy passionate I am in things. Even though I'm in my trenches, I'm burnt out, I still work on content creating stuff. Just sometimes I still am feeling low at multiple times. It's just weird. I'm just weird. So, but there are some people who just, like, once they are burnt out, they just felt like quitting in general. There's nothing wrong with that. And I could potentially relate to a certain degree about that, because there are times that I really felt like that. I was talking to Alice about that, and then I was like, what if I just rebrand, or like I just like forgot about, like, what if everyone just forgot about me? Like, I would still be Kaissics Walker, I would still be Kai, but I just restart, like, no one will remember me. Like what if I restart my whole channel? Or I just made a new channel or something like that. Like, I was like talking to Alice about it, and then I was like telling Alice about what if I just stop making stuff entirely, and just like, you know, like those content creators who just like make contents once, post stuff once out of the blue, like something out of the blue, like once in a blue moon kind of thing. Like, I was talking to Alice about it, and then Alice was like, why are you trying to, like, are you trying to make specters die from thirst? We're dying from thirst, we need content. I'm like, what do you mean? I'm already long forgotten. I'm already like gone. What are you talking about? Because at that point, I remember very vaguely that it has been months, I think over a month at least, that I've last released a content, and I was really severely burnt out. Like, I kind of am lost on what I want to do, what type of content to make, because the thing about VTubers is, with so many new VTubers coming in, and like, content creating is such a fast developing and fast paced community. Would you call it community? I mean industry. I would say industry, I guess. It's so fast paced in a sense that like, it's so fast moving to the point where once you find your niche in a way, something else would be a new niche, or like you jump to a certain trend and then something else would be a new trend, like a very, I don't know, like you hop into a new trend and then there'll be something else the next day. It will probably die off and then a new trend will come in. But for me, I'm someone who don't really jump into a trend. I think by now most of y'all know not most of you, most of the older specters, or like the long-staying specters, or at least the people around me would have known that I don't really like hopping into trend, because I have a strong belief that as a content creator, yes, it's good to hop into trend, but hopping into trend can be a temporal kind of exposure. But as a content creator, it is kind of our job to, if you're making as if you're a full-time content creator, as in if you are trying to be a full-time content creator or a successful one, technically speaking, it is technically our job to make a trend, to start a trend, rather than us entirely hopping into a new trend. And I personally don't really like to hop into trend a lot. So for me, if you realize, I don't really hop into trend a lot. I wait for a trend to die down before I hop into it, if that makes sense. Like, and it's not that I'm very outdated news. Like, most of the time I know what's going on, but like, I just turn a blind eye to it. Like, I would be vaguely like knowledgeable. I would be like, okay, I kind of briefly know what's going on with the new trend. Probably like, what's the trendy games. I know that CO33 is the newer games that's kind of on the trend right now. And then back when WoWs, most of WoWs was really very, very re-released. And then there was Rivals. The current ones, there's also Dune that was quite trendy. And then there was Stellar Blade that was also quite trendy. Peak is also a multiplayer game that's quite very, very trendy either as well. Like, all these kind of games, I know they're trendy. There is a lot of trendy games that people hop into, and then it's not that I'm not aware of. I know. There's also Elden Ring Night Rain that came out. I do have the game because Milto gifted it to me. Thank you, Milto, for the gift. And it's not that like I said, it's not that I don't own the game or I don't know the game. I don't know its existence. I wait for it to die down a little bit before I play the game, and I do my best to avoid most of the spoilers so that I don't spoil myself from it. That's how much I try to avoid, unless I'm really, really passionate about the game, or I felt like I need to know about the game in order to advance myself, to improve myself in terms of game skills or mechanics, like Marvel Rivals. I need to be knowledgeable about the new characters, the mechanics, the team ups, etc., etc., then yes, I need to be quote unquote trendy, knowledgeable. Well, it's not really. Then that wouldn't really be called trendy. It would be called being knowledgeable. Being basically doing your research to the game. And yeah. Then that makes sense. That's a valid reason for me to hop in, right? But yeah, like for me, that's pretty much it. And then it's probably the reason why. Hopefully that kind of answered the question, because I like there's a I know that I haven't really been answering marshmallows recently or posting it that often, but I did actually receive a question on Marshmallow about like, oh, Kai, what do you what's something about along the lines of like, why do you not like have you heard of this game or that game, or like have you heard of this trend, or do you play trendy games or something along that line? Like there's a question about that, and then I saw that. I didn't get to answer it or post it because it's been a while since I actually uploaded Marshmallow questionnaires, so I'm just gonna answer it here. Hopefully this answer it. TLDR version is yes, I'm aware of trendy games. Yes, I'm kind of vaguely aware of trends. I know the scratch on the surface. I keep myself away from spoilers, but I mostly don't jump into trends because I personally believe that as content creators, it is technically our job to make trends rather than hop into trends more, and I feel that hopping to trends is more of a temporal band-aid or like a relief rather than actually, you know, it's like a temporal exposure rather than it's like a temporal exposure, and it's not a guarantee kind of thing. Nothing's a guarantee though, to be honest. Nothing's actually a guarantee, but it's a temporary exposure. Yes, it's like there is a pro to it. The con side is whether or not you're able to help having like whoever who comes by to that temporal exposure to stay, then that's up to your ability. But for me personally, I'm not a huge fan of it. But it's up to my personal preference, your personal preference, and everyone's personal preferences. It's everyone's, you know, it varies from person to person. But that's my personal opinion. That's my own personal preference. Everyone have their own. So as long as we respect each other's boundaries and preferences, that is fine. So yeah, that's my own stance. But yeah, that's pretty much what my own opinions are. I know I'm just rambling a lot. Also, because today we are technically doing productivity stream, and the last time I ever did a productivity stream, it was more of like what do you call it? A muted stream. So today I'm gonna do it more of like a yapping productivity stream. Does that make sense? Yapping productivity stream. Because it's been a while, and I felt like if I just do pure Zatsu, it's just gonna be like not productive. And I feel like Zatsu productivity sounds fun rather than dead silence. I mean, there are gonna be times where it's gonna be like pure. I feel like productivity is gonna be like a good way to multitask for me, since I can and I will. But yeah. Don't worry. If don't mind if I'm been like going back and forth because I'm just multitasking. Wait, should I use the? Hang on. What if I use this one instead? I'm gonna try to turn on this instead. I don't know how many of y'all would prefer using this. Let me turn it on. I'll try to see if I can turn on the game. It's not really a game. It's like a Spirit Sea. It's called Spirit Sea Lo-Fi Sessions. If you want to check it out, you can. I think it's. Let me look at. Personally, it's really useful, but it's like a paid. It's like a paid kind of It's on Steam. It's a paid item, but because right now, oh shit. Right now it's like summer sales. Oh my god, it's so loud. Because it's currently like paid summer sales. I think there should be a sales right now. Yeah, because it's paid summer sales, it should be. It should be cheaper. What? How much? It's 25% off for a bundle, if I'm not wrong. Oh wait, it's currently on 33% for the base. And then there's like a bundle for 20%. Oh no, wait. There's DLCs. The all-in-one bundle doesn't have. I don't know if the all-in-one bundle has an offer and all. But I do know that this is very, very useful. I do use it. Let me... Hang on, let me switch scene real quick. Where's the music coming from? I'm hearing music, I'm not sure from where. I'm not sure where I'm hearing music, but it's from somewhere. Let me swap real quick. There you go. So this is a game that I was talking about. It's not really a game, but it's supposed to work like a game. So this is supposed to work something like a game. Where's the music coming from? I'm kind of confused. Where's the music coming from? I'm about to go insane. Where's the music coming from? It's not from my Spotify. I'm genuinely about to go insane. Hang on, where's the music coming from? Hello? Okay, there we go. It should be fine now. It should be fine now. Yeah, there we go. I was like, where's the freaking music coming from? I'm going to go insane. Okay, let me move myself a bit because I feel like I'm a bit too low. Maybe I should. Where is the music coming from? I'm not crazy, right? The frick? Am I hearing a double audio? Am I insane? What? Oh! Okay, I know where the audio was coming from. It's from the Steam. It's from Steam. It's from freaking Steam. I was like, where is the music constantly playing from? It's from Steam, bruh. It's a Steam troll from the game. Anyway, ignore that. I was going insane. I was like, what the frick is that music coming from? Okay, there we go. And then, where's the activity? Let's go to the desk. Where's the typing noise? Oh, there. There you go. Doesn't it feel really, really, really authentic? And then the good thing is, this is so useful. I constantly recommend this to like so many people. Oh, but oh frick. These are all done. Hey. These are all done. AC on live is done. It's all done. Hello, Potato! Welcome to the stream! Welcome! Potato, same. Welcome to the stream, welcome. Yeah, lovely to have you, lovely to have you. Welcome to the stream, welcome. It looks like a game, but it's not. If you want to check it out, I'm not sponsored, by the way, everyone. I'm not sponsored. If you'd like to check it out, feel free to check it out. This is called... What the frick is it called again? It is called Spirit City. The one I'm using called Lo-Fi Sessions. Let me know how the game audio sounds like. If it's too loud or too soft, I can adjust accordingly. Yeah. But yes, it's been a while. It's been a while. I was rambling for like the first 30-40 minutes or so, talking about the same old, about like the updates and stuff. But yeah. It's been a while. It's been a long time. So, I mean, cause like it's been so long that low-key, I'm not gonna lie, I kind of like forgot how to stream for a bit. Is it weird? Oh, this music's kind of loud for my ears. Let me change the lighting to nighttime, because it is nighttime. Oh Jesus! I got an accomplishment. I didn't know this works. Look, it's me. Anyway, if you'd like to do anything productive, or if you would like to use this stream to help you with productivity, feel free to do so. I will be productive as well, alongside with you. The good thing about this is I'm able to... Oh, sorry. I'm also able to do... I'm able to have a checklist here, and as well as a timer. I can set timer here as well, if I need to, because I tend to forget to rest, as per normal. Oh, oops, my bad. I keep pressing the wrong buttons. Still not used to this. So, as such... Okay, guys, give me a, I need y'all to do a poll for me. How long... no. Vote for interval break sessions in between every 45 minutes. Every 15 minutes. Every 1 hour. There you go. Okay, guys, take your poll. In the meantime, Oh my god, I just realized my head has been like tilted sideways the whole time. What the frick? Oh. Who voted 45 every 45 minutes? I literally just checked and I was like, huh? What is this polling situation? Oh my god, my arse. Ugh. Oh my god, I just realized Miguel. Sorry for the late welcome. Hello, Miguel. I am so sorry. I didn't mean to ignore you or anything. Hello, Miguel. Welcome to the stream. Welcome. Hey, lovely day. Lovely day of you. Welcome to the stream. Welcome. I was hardcore locked in because, like, for a long period of time, there weren't anyone. So I was like, okay, it's fine. Since there's not gonna be anyone coming in. I mean, to be fair, it's a weekday, and I haven't been streaming for a very, very long time. So I was like, it's fine. It's fine if nobody locked in. So, if it's fine if I lock in, because no one's gonna hop in anyway. So I was like, no one's gonna come anyway, so it's fine if I don't care, right? Anyway, hello, Miguel. Welcome to the stream. Welcome. Yeah, lovely to have you. Welcome to the stream. Welcome. Yeah, that was the stream master doing. What do you mean stream master? I'm not stream. Don't worry, you're working. I mean, I'm just being productive. In general, I'm just being productive. But I wouldn't really call it like working, because these days my work is not as intense as it was the past couple of months. But it's more of like I'm just cooking behind the scenes. So yeah. I'm okay with being ignored if you're working. After all, you are locked in. To be fair, I was locked in because I was so sure that at this time, at the very least, most of the people that I know is gonna hop into streams are not on. So I was so sure that no one's gonna hop in to the stream, or at least they're on other people's streams. So I was like, it's fine if I locked in. Then I know that there are people coming in. I was like, oh. So I was like, oh. So yeah, hello. Good to the stream. Welcome. Cooking, does it make what? What does it make the use of your cooking thing? Huh? Oh, what's the use of making well, I mean, cooking isn't like there's the diploma. What do you have that is about cooking? Oh no, cooking. Okay, I don't mean literally cooking. I meant like cooking up projects. Things I'm working on behind the scenes, not actually cooking. But yes, I am certified. I am a certified chef. Yes, I do have a diploma in Western culinary arts, if you're asking. Yes, I am a certified chef. For those who don't know, yes, I am a certified chef. I do have a certification in Western culinary arts. Yes. I do have a diploma in it. A specialized certification, yes. Oh my god. It's so weird too. It's like, Rule number 1 in Grandpa's kitchen: don't let Alice in the kitchen. As long as she doesn't steal all the cookies and yogurts, then maybe. and if she doesn't burn down the kitchen, then yeah. I mean, the first person that I wouldn't allow would be Rain. Well, I won't bother you anymore. I'll still be here, but won't talk as much, so you lock in. I mean, to be fair, I can talk. I can multitask, so I'm fine. Also, I saw a tweet just recently, and I was like, "This is Alice." When she remember there's Alice was talking about her, like she got like what do you call it? She received like a hoodie or like a jacket or something, like an oversized one. I forgot what it was, but I believe it was like a cat. I think it was a cat hoodie or something like that. She mentioned it, and then I saw a tweet on Twitter. It's a cat in a Stitch hoodie. I'm gonna link it up on the chat right now. It was a cat socks. No. She has a hoodie. She has like a hoodie, like an actual hoodie, not just the socks. It was a hoodie. She has a hoodie. I remember very vaguely, like vividly, not vaguely, vividly, that she mentioned that she has a hoodie. I don't know if it was a cat hoodie, but I remember she has a hoodie. A character hoodie, I think. And then she received it. She wore it. It was like an oversized one, I think. And then I saw this tweet, and I was like, this is Alice! This is literally Alice! And I actually DM it to her. I was like, this is actually you! Can see the resemblance, right? It's actually her, and I was like, "This is actually you." Like I was like DMing her. I said it to Alice, and it's like, "This is actually you. You in the oversized hoodie." Rain straight up ban. You have no idea what. The stories I've heard from like straight up from Rain's mouth, just from the Work Together stream that Stellis had, was just pure me in pain. It's just pure pain. Because it's that bad. It's literally that bad. It's actually that bad. If you heard it, you will be equally as in pain as I am. Like, I kid you not. From your voice, I can tell. I can say that when someone is cooking, Rain must stay on the other side of the house. Rain cooking some pasta, he comes out with charcoal. That's not the worst. That was not the worst story that came out from his mouth. It was literally the most tamed one. That's the worst part. It was the most tamed story out of everything. Ashes? No, it's okay. He burnt a pot. Literally burnt a pot. And then he also what else he did? There were so many things that he have done. He burned a pot. He also has what else have he done? There's so many things. Yes, a whole ass pot. He caused so much fire in his kitchen. Surprisingly, he didn't burn down the kitchen. He has... It's a new pot, by the way. A pot is not supposed... Okay, wait. You gotta understand. by logic, common sense, a pot is a multi-use item, right? It's not a one-time use. It's a multi-use item, right? A multi-use. He made it. He used it as a singular used item. So I'm like, what the? Huh? And it's so expensive. It's not like I kid you not. It's hundreds of dollars worth of pot. It's like, it's not even $100 or $200 only. I say only because that's how bad it is. It's like $500 pot, $600, $800 pot. And he cooks with oil, not water. Oil. Like pure oil. He used oil to cook hot pot. Hot pot! Yeah! So were you banned him from the kitchen? Yeah. He doesn't season his food either, by the way. Only, it was very extremely recent that he learned that he has to season his food. It's extremely recent that he learned he has to season his freaking food. What was he even cooking that pot to burn it? So many things. There's so many freaking things. It's not even the pot being burned that thus it can't be used. The pot was burned through to the point that there's a hole in the pot. A big ass. The pot cracked and it burned through. So like there's a big ass hole in the bottom. It went through. So it's not even a pot anymore. It's not like burnt. That's why you have to scrape the pot so that you can't use it. It's burnt to the point that you literally can't use it. It's that bad. I hate asking Ray to make me a soup. How do you make it hot enough to make? It's not metal. It's made of ceramic. Did you know ceramic pots are super expensive? That's why it's so expensive. Ceramic pots are super expensive. They're more the higher end. Ceramic pots are very commonly like expensive. Ceramic pots, they're expensive for a reason because they're long lasting and they hold temperature well, etc., etc. That's why they're usually they're very costly, and there's also the artistic value towards it. That's why they cost hundreds of dollars. Rain made a one-time use out of it. When he was telling the story out of it, I was just in pure cringe and pain. Pure cringe and pain. Yeah. He can also make a non-stick pan become stickable or damage, to be exact. So I'm not gonna let him step into my kitchen, not once, until he proven itself that he can never. Yeah. You get my point. I'm just looking how much degrees are needed to melt a ceramic pot. I believe it's pretty high. It can hold really high temperatures because ceramic pots, they're very, even though they're sensitive to temperature, they're also really, that is only when they're in the molding phase. After they are, there's a specific period of time where I was very, very intrigued with ceramic or clay pots. It's 1K to 2K Celsius. Yeah. So it kind of holds really, really high temperatures. So the fact that rain can crack and damage that with pure oil. By the way, he still has a huge amount of oil because he bought industrial oil at home. by the way. Because he purely thought that you need only oil to cook. Not water, but oil to cook. Wait, did you fill up the whole pot with just oil? Yes, just pure oil. Purely oil. Yes. That's how bad it is, by the way. Oh Lord have mercy. Now you know why am I in such pain. It was so bad. Welcome to my life. I not just know why I can feel the pain myself. Yup. That's why I was like, why? Why do you now tell me? So I was like, I'm banning you from the kitchen. I was like telling him, if we're ever hanging out together, I will ban you from the kitchen if we're in like an Airbnb or any place that has like a kitchen or like a shared kitchen space. I'm banning him. Cause I was like, there's no freaking way I'm gonna let you in. Until he has proven himself that he can cook properly. Or at least like he's confident to like cook that specific dish without causing the kitchen to be at risk. Then yeah. Then I might allow him to cook that specific dish in that kitchen. Potentially. Potentially. I have been cooking for me and my brother for the past few days, and all the times I cooked, I never burned any pots. Not even pans. The only time I used oil, it was olive oil, and it was just to cook some meat or to make me some scrambled eggs or an omelette. I mean, that's decent. That's normal. I mean, for meats, if you want a healthy option, most meat has oil on its own. If you have a non-stick pan, or if your pan is hot enough, there is a method to make it non-stick. If you're cooking meat, but it also depends on what type of meat you're cooking. But if you're skilled enough, or you want it to be healthy enough, there is a way to not use oil to cook your meat. But if you want to have some flavor in your meat or whatsoever, you can use flavor oils. In your case, since I like to use olive oil for the olive flavor too. Oh, okay. So in your case, since you like the olive flavor, then using olive oil is good. But I remember, if I'm not wrong, if I remember correctly, olive oil, there is a burning temperature for olive oil. It is used for cooking, but there is a burning temperature for olive oil. I just don't remember what is the burning temperature. It's been so long since I studied it. But there is a lower chance of you burning the oil for olive oil. But usually olive oil it depends on what type of olive oil you're using as well. There's the cold pressed version, and there's various versions of olive oil, by the way, if you don't know. It's a very deep dive version, if I could call it. But the stereotypical version that people use for olive oil, it's not that hard to, like, you know, burn. So yeah, 190 degrees Celsius to 243 degrees Celsius. Just looked it up. I mean, I don't have it on the top of my head. I believe this is the normal olive oil that you find, because they're like cold pressed olive oil. Those types are not the ones that you use for cooking. But if you do want to cook it, you technically can, but it's usually at the last point, where it's like it's just a touch of it for like pasta or something like that. I don't know. I don't really like using olive oil in the first place. I don't really use olive oil because I'm not a huge fan of olive flavor. I don't really use oil a lot to cook because I think in general, because ever since I know how to cook with just using the meat, the oils that comes from the meat, I don't really use oil that much unless it's necessary. So I don't really use oil a lot to cook. But if I would need to use oil, I would use like vegetable oil. That's the cheapest option. Vegetable oil, sunflower oil, I guess. The very most stereotypical, I guess. Olive oil is like my secondary option. It's a secondary option, and it's the most frequently used, especially in the EU, the Western side, I guess. Because it's the most commonly sourced product. Oh no, not product. Ingredient to use for as oil in the more Western side, besides palm oil, if I'm not wrong. Because I believe palm oil is more commonly sourced in the Asia side. But then the Western side, I believe butter and olive oil are more commonly used. Butter, olive oil, sunflower oil, not really. Butter and olive oil are more commonly used than most oil. At least that's what I remembered in Western culinary arts. Olive oil and butter are most commonly used in Western culinary. In almost every single recipes, it's butter and olive oil or olive oil. If you want to be more extra, it'll be extra virgin olive oil. The virgin olive oil, extra virgin olive oil, cold pressed olive oil, or like for baking, or the extra, the butter will be. By the way, if you don't know, there's different type of butters. By the way, they do use different type of butters. If you don't know, what's the butter called? I actually forgot because I don't really use butter that much. Wait, what's the different type of butters? I gotta Google this. I forgot the butter names. I remember there's this clarified butter. Yes, there's the salted butter, the unsalted butter, the clarified butter. Technically, you can make clarified butter. You don't have to buy it. There's no way for you to actually buy clarified butter. It's freaking dumb. Clarified butter is just you getting butter and you heat it up. And then clarified butter is just when after you melted the butter, the butter becomes like the liquid version. Clarified butter is just the top floating part of the fats, and the bottom stuff are the quote unquote solids in the butter. The clarified butter, quote unquote clarified butter, are the fats. The what do you call it? The very clear looking oil. That's a clarified butter. That's literally clarified butter. In case you don't know what that is, you don't really buy it. You just need a stick of butter, put it into freaking. You just need to. Oh, by the way, to make clarified butter, it's not that hard. But the problem with clarified butter is, when you're trying to make clarified butter, if you have your quote-unquote clarified butter bubbling, which means when it's overheated, it will no longer be clarified butter. It becomes a burnt butter because you technically can make a burnt butter. You can burnt your butter if you don't know. You can technically burnt it. Yes, it exists. I am a simple man. Sometimes I just use olive oil, some garlic, and salt for the meat, or just salt and maybe some oregano on the meat. Oh, oregano! Okay, that's not simple, mate. That's not simple. Using any herbs on meat, it's not simple, mate. Maybe to Western culture, yes, using herbs on meat is simple. That is not simple. At least in Asian terms, that's not simple. But maybe in the Western culture, it is simple. But just one herb like oregano on meat, that is considered quite simple. And no olive oil. That's actually quite simple. Not gonna lie, quite simple. Yes, butter and olive oil is commonly used over here. Yeah, I guess so. Extra virgin, you telling me someone has fixed it all? No, that's not what I meant! Just to clarify butter, and then I saw some brand new Cheesy. Cheesy, what the frick? It is simple. If I have a few brushes of it in my house, but most of the times I don't put it. Do you have organs in your house? Do you grow them at home? Oregano? Or do you do you just buy it from in the groceries? Like, do you get them from your groceries? Oh, I remember there's also goat cheese. Oh my, I just remember there's like so many types of butter. The ones that I mentioned are like the most typical butter, but there are like way more. I mean, I don't have them planted, but I used to have them planted when I was living in the rural area. Oh! You know the cheat way is like having to grow your own herbs at home means you save so much money, because herbs, or actually, okay, some people pronounce it as herbs or herbs. It's like potato, but herbs are like so expensive these days, especially with global warming, because they're so sensitive to temperature. If you're able to grow them at home, and then you, especially fresh herbs, you technically save yourself so much money compared to buying them in groceries. Like, I kid you not. And then if you're able to grow them at home freshly and obtain them freshly at home, you have the option to make your own dried herb. But it's not that easy to make your own dry herb too, because making dry herbs, there is a process for it, in order to make sure that they, the flavor and the, what do you call it? The scent and flavor, the aromats are still there, and so are the scent. Like everything and the flavor, it has to still retain in that dried herbs as well as the fresh herbs, because there is science behind it. It's all under food. Okay, this is very food sciencey. Unless you study food science, you know. But there's a logic behind why some food is better, or their tastes are enhanced after they're dried. Some taste better when they're fresh. Some of them taste very differently when they're fresh, when they're compared eaten freshly and dried. Like, there's a lot of science behind it. It's all behind the chemistry and stuff like that. I kind of read up a little bit. I think a very good example would be tomatoes. Specifically, I think cherry tomatoes is a very good example. If you eaten dried cherry tomatoes and the fresh cherry tomatoes. If you ate both of them, the fresh ones and the dried ones, they have a very distinct flavor and taste. After you tried it, you'll be able to understand it's a very, very distinct difference. I like to use it as a very big comparison for people who are very new behind the food science, or like what are the differences between the whole logic behind the fresh, like the same food could taste differently when it's fresh and dried, or like cooked differently. It could be the same thing, but it could be so much different when they're cooked differently or like done differently, kind of thing, if that makes sense. Like cherry tomatoes is a very, very, very distinct because it's so different when they're dried and fresh. I use that so much as an example, so that even like people who didn't know food science are able to taste the difference almost immediately. Unless they don't like tomatoes, and that's a whole different story to play with. Then I have to give them a different example. But that's a number one easy ingredient, I guess. I think there's other different ingredients or food that that is out there, but I just can't think of it right now. The only thing I can think of is cherry tomatoes. I think it is possible to grow them in my house, actually. I still remember that I live close to a laurel tree. Oh, Jesus Christ, oh my god. My tea was spilled. What the frick? You used to live? Or you still live near? You used to live? Wait, but what kind of, if you're able to grow them at home, like, will you be still growing like oregano? Or what kind of like, what will you grow? I don't live near it since I moved from that rural area. Speaking of rural area, I remember like I used to like so in my maternal hometown, we used to, so okay, at my maternal hometown, basically my mom hometown, she would grow, she have like a vegetable farm. Okay, it's like a very rural place, a mountainous rural place basically, and like we have like a lot of like we have like the moment we go out of like where we live, where the house is, it's like there's like a plantation, like a small vegetable plantation at the front of the house, like basically like a yard area. It's not leveled because like you have to go down the stairs. And then we also have like a small chicken area, so that vegetable plantation, farm yard, I would say, I wouldn't really call it plantation, but I guess a vegetable farm-ish. We used to grow our own cabbage. They're not the small types that you normally see in the grocery stores or like the shopping malls. They're really, really big, and we will grow like different type of vegetables. We'll grow our own vegetation, and it's not just cabbage. I can't remember what else we grow. But we do like farming basically, like, but more of vegetation. And then I remember I used to help out back when I was younger. Now not so much anymore, cause I no longer live there, obviously. But I used to help out a lot, and like the one thing I remember was the vegetables that we grow in that over there and like in the grocery stores, they taste so much different. I personally prefer the ones that we grow than the ones in the grocery stores, despite the fact obviously in the grocery stores it's way more convenient because we don't have to do the hard work and stuff, but the difference in taste is so different. I think it's because of one is the location, two is we know what we put to grow our own vegetables, obviously. And I don't know, it's weird, okay? But I know it's gonna sound weird, but the vegetables grown there, for example, like the cabbage, are much more like, it's not as vibrant green sometimes, but it's sometimes greener, sometimes not. There's no consistency, but the flavor is so much better. I don't know why. I genuinely think it's probably because the ones that in grocery store, they're mass producing it, so it doesn't, and then they're like trying to meet the demands of, like, you know, grocery stores. They have to constantly meet the demands of the clients, the market. So they have to kind of like, the flavor kind of loses its flavor, because they have to meet the demand and they have to like speed the growth, and it kind of like, you know, lost its flavor over time, I guess. That's my logic behind it. I just don't know the actual science. I think that's the logic behind it, at the very least. That's what I think. I'm not too sure, to be honest. In our last house, we grow oregano, mint, I think that's what it's called, or if it's something else similar. Lettuce, cabbages, guava. Ooh, guava! Ooh. Horned melon? Horned melon? Okay, that's new? You can grow horned melon there? Is it because of the soil or the temperature? Passion fruit, lime. There are some oranges and the laurel tree close by with some apples. Oh, and Suriname cherry. I've never heard of that. Okay, wait, I've never heard of that cherry. Suriname cherry. Okay, that's something new. I've never heard of that. I think I've never heard of like Suriname cherry. It's just another type of cherry. Oh, what? I've never seen this type of cherries before. It's a tropical fruit. It's not true. While often called a cherry, is not botanically related to true cherries. They are known for their distinct, slightly tart flavor and are used in various culinary applications, including jams, jelly, and sauces. Wait, what? Wait, so I could have potentially have eaten it before, or like I don't know. But I've never eaten them before. At the very least, I don't think I'm aware. I've never seen it before. But they look really nice. They look really, really nice. Oh, but I just saw that they said that the Suriname cherries are tasty fruits but invasive species. They're invasive? Some said that they're sweet. They're incredibly sweet and slightly citrusy. Oh. Sweet yet citrusy. Huh. But the way when we got there, the first time the quality of the soil was not great. By the way, my grandma lives in a building and she grows those cherries. They are sweet. That's what I'll tell you. The ones I tried aren't that sweet. Oh, I think it's because it's based on like the quality of the soil, the temperature. Because when it comes to vegetation, based on my own personal experience, my own farming experience, any plantations, anything, it's all based on anything that you're growing is basically based on the soil. It's like when you're farming, anything that's related to farming, when you're trying to grow something, it depends on what you're feeding. So it's similar to how plants work. So depending on the soil, the temperature, the location, the humidity, everything affects how it's gonna taste. The fruit, including the fruits that it's gonna produce, as well as the vegetation, like the what kind of vegetables that you're gonna grow, basically. In terms of animals, like farms, similarly, what kind of produce you're gonna make out of it, like what kind of feed you're feeding them, like farm fat. Usually farm fat produce are more expensive because they're free roaming, they're fed with grass fed or like higher quality feeds. And even though they might appear smaller than and much more pricier than the stereotypical ones that you'll get, the cheaper alternative, than the low quality feeds, but I can guarantee you that their flavor are way more better. Is because they are free roaming. The feeds are so much better, and it all boils down to like what they're being fed, the environment they're living in, and also the amount of stress they're under, because plants are also living things. I'm gonna be honest. Plants are also living things. They actually give us a few things. So there's a science, by the way. Again, science. Or maybe I'm saying this because of the aftertaste. There's an aftertaste? By the way, have you tried buying the stem of the Bermuda buttercup? I've never tried a Bermuda buttercup. I've actually never tried a Bermuda buttercup. What is a Bermuda buttercup? A Bermuda buttercup. No, I have not. Wait, isn't this like... Bermuda buttercup is considered toxic to dogs. Are they even safe to eat? They're not supposed to be safe to eat. Do you... Miguel, do you consume a Bermuda buttercup? You're not supposed to eat it. Are you not? Isn't it toxic? Isn't it toxic? They're invasive and toxic, is it not? Are you even supposed to eat it? Funny thing about this plant, we in Portugal like to call it sours. Huh? We don't eat it like every single day. Huh? You eat Bermuda buttercup? Mate, it's toxic. That's what they're saying. In Portugal, you'll eat toxins? I'm trying to compute this. I'm trying to think. You guys eat toxins? Huh? I'm confused. We just take a bite of the stem, and that's enough. It's not used for cooking. Also, not everyone does. But you're saying you did it. You're saying you did it, Miguel. You're saying you did it. So, you know, not every single day. Even so, you say you did it. Why would you eat a toxin? Like, you see me there? Do you have the weebie-jeebies, you know, like the hallucinations, the upset stomach, the food poisoning? Question mark? Do you have that? I'm starting to question, are you sane? I mean, it could be a cultural thing. Who am I to judge? Who am I to judge, right? You know? I can't judge anything, you know? It could be a cultural thing. I'm not judgmental. Come on, what the frick? I'm starting to question everything. Nah, it ain't cultural. Wait, what? Huh? Then why are you eating it? What is this story? Is there like a background story to this that I'm not aware of? It's just a thing my father showed me and my brother. Are you gonna do this to your kids in the future or your friends? Is this something you're gonna say like, hey, do you want to see a cool trick? And then you casually just take a bite of the samp of like the Bermuda buttercup? Huh? Like why? We sometimes feel like we want some sourness on the. Oh no! You know, Miguel, you could just get some candy or some salt. Some sour candy or something. Something that's like a healthier alternative that's not toxic. Like, I don't know, something that's not Bermuda buttercup. Something that's edible. That like a sour candy. My freaking god. Something that's not toxic. Why Bermuda buttercup? Why? You just want sourness. Like, there's so much alternative. It's not a thing that I would say everyone to eat every day. Jeez. Listen, it's not even something. No, my logic behind this is I don't understand. Your stand is you just want something like some sourness on your tongue. That's why you take a bite out of the stem of a Bermuda buttercup, right? That's your logic. That's your argument. My argument, my stand on this is you create something that's not toxic, that's not toxic, and a healthier thing for your body to taste the sourness on your tongue. It doesn't have to be every day. Same logic. It doesn't have to be every day. It doesn't have to be everyone to eat every day. Effects is the same. You just want something sour on your tongue. That's not toxic. Something that's not a step or like a Bermuda. I understand. What do you freaking need a Bermuda buttercup for that? Look, if we're walking around and I see one of those, I would take a out of the step as long as it isn't like 10 steps. I would take a bite out of more than one. Okay, what if today you felt like, okay, I want to take a bite out of this Bermuda buttercup, and the next day you felt like, oh, I feel like I want something sour in my tongue again. But you forgot that yesterday you took a bite out of it. And then you're like, I'm gonna take a bite out of it again. So you take it a second day, and then you did it daily, and it become an addiction, and then you see what my point? Sometimes go for two. See, Miguel, you're already contradicting yourself. You don't take you don't take a bite out more than one, but sometimes you say you're gonna take over two, so you're already contradicting yourself. I never go for 3 though. But 2 is still a lot. Two is still a lot. It doesn't have that much toxins, but it still has toxin. Okay, I'm answering question. I don't know that for animals it is toxic though, so it's not good for animals. How toxic it is for human beings towards humans. Let's see. It is mildly toxic to humans and can cause skin irritation or gastrointestinal upset if ingested. Basically, it could cause rashes or skin irritation, TLDR, or upset stomach, which is equivalent to or equivalent to gastrointestinal upset when ingested. And when if ingested, well, it's not usually a serious threat. It's best to avoid eating large quantities, or if you have certain health conditions. Do you? Do you know? So ingestions could cause eating large amounts of Bermuda buttercup can lead to mouth irritation, gastrointestinal distress, and other issues. Interaction with pre-existing conditions. Holy, okay, I'm not gonna read that. Ooh. Never had those two. Also, no health conditions. Damn, you're lucky. It says precautions. Avoid. Literally bolded the words. Avoid ingestions. Especially if you have any of the mentioned health conditions. Wash skin thoroughly if you come into contact with a plant. Wash the affected area with soap and water. Seek medical attention if necessary. If you experience severe symptoms after ingesting Bermuda buttercup, seek medical advice. In short, Bermuda buttercup is not a major human health hazard, but it's best to exercise caution and avoid consuming it in large quantities, or if you have certain pre-existing conditions. Basically, it is better not to consume Bermuda buttercup. I don't think I took a bite of those and got that bad stuff, but I ain't abusing it, of course. Yes. The TLDR, for those who are here and listening, just don't consume Bermuda buttercup out of curiosity. Please don't. Do not be like Miguel. If you did, please take preliminary medical precautions. Be advised to go to the ER, especially if it gets any worse. Please do. Do not be like Miguel. Don't be a rural boy like me. Do not be like a farm boy. I mean, there's nothing wrong being with kid, like a rural kid. To be honest, I personally kind of miss the rural lifestyle a little bit, because the city lifestyle has been I mean, there's pros and cons with city lifestyle. I don't necessarily hate being in the city or the city lifestyle. Wow, I just received something. Wait. Okay, so I don't necessarily hate the city lifestyle, but I do think that there are times where I really genuinely miss the rural lifestyle a lot. Like, back when I was living in the rural lifestyle, it was more quiet and less chaotic, less fast-paced, and there's something more healing. Like, when I'm living in the city, I feel like everything's so fast-paced, and it feels like there are times where it feels like I can't breathe a lot most of the time. It's because it's so fast-paced to the point where, like, you always have to keep going. You have to keep going. The moment you start slacking or like rest, it feels like it feels like it just feels like you're being like you're very out of breath, you know. But then when you're in the rural lifestyle, there's just times where it felt like, yes, sometimes it is busy because you have to keep at least for me, when I was back in like the rural lifestyle for a certain period of time, yes, there are times where I felt like it's very inconvenient. It is in a way busy. But there's just something healing, and it feels like you could actually have a actual form of like you can actually breathe, and the air is way less dense and less polluted. I mean, the city life, I mean, you're living in the city. It's very polluted in a way, because city is, you know, cars, everything, you know. It's not like the rural life has less car in a way, but when you're living in a rural place, you get to see the beauty of nature. You're living more with the nature than with the modern life, you know. And then when, yes, there's gonna be bugs, there's gonna be animals, the wildlife. Yes, if you're scared of all this kind of stuff, to a certain degree, I am kind of afraid of bugs, insects. I more of like I'm grossed out by it, but it's tolerable to a certain degree. But there are things that you actually can't experience in the city life, because you always are locked in the city life, where like for example, like for me, I'm always working when I'm in the city. But the moment I went back to like the rural lifestyle for like a break or anything, I get to breathe fresh air. And my different form of busy is I'm busy temporarily, but I'm not permanently. I get busy with like household chores, farming, stuff like that. But I'm rewarded with like I'm being rewarded with nature life, where like at night you actually get to see the stars, you get to see things that you missed out. Things that you actually you should be able to appreciate normally, even when you're in the city, but you just kind of like forgot to appreciate about it, because in the city you're just always thinking about what you need to do next. What's the next thing you need to do? you just need to keep going. There's no stop in it. But then when I went back to a rural lifestyle, it's like I actually got the time to pause, appreciate what's going on around me, and kind of like relax. There's actually time to relax and listen to nature. You know, that kind of thing. I kind of like, so it's like there was like a point in time where I was like, if I ever retire, I would retire in a way that or like, well, not retire, but like, if there comes a day where I'm able to have the ability to have like what they call a hybrid life of like a city and a rural life, where in between of a city life I'm able to also live in a rural life, like a blend of both, that'll be so nice. But that would be a very expensive lifestyle, to be honest. That would be an extremely expensive lifestyle. And that's a very big dream that I don't think I'll ever achieve because I'm a workaholic, so. But yeah. If you take a bite out of one of it, one and nothing happens, do not abuse it. Yeah, going from a real lifestyle to one in a city, you may feel more close. I still remember that there was a time of the year that some beetles would stop flying and go to our porch because of the light, and our dog and cats would just eat them when they were full. What the frick? Miguel, what kind of memories? But yes, that is kind of like there's a fair memory. It's like all the little moments that like all these kind of moments or memories, you will not have these kinds when you're in the city life. In a city, you will be thinking about what's the next work that I have to do, or like what do I need to work on to survive, because you have to think about survivability. You need to think about how to keep yourself afloat in a city. But when you come to a rural lifestyle, you think about the farming, the nature lifestyle. I know it sounds like a very dream or like a naive kind of thinking, but it's actual facts. Because if you experience a rural lifestyle and you've experienced the city life, when you actually experience both, or if you actually experience the rural lifestyle first and then you move to a city, or vice versa, I feel like when you get the best experience of both, you get to see the true picture of like the comparisons of the both pros and cons. And for me, personally, I grew up in both lifestyle, because my maternal side is rural lifestyle, and then my father's side is my paternal side, basically my father's side, is a city lifestyle. So I'm quite blessed to be able to grow up in an environment where I'm able to experience best of both worlds, where time to time I'm able to experience it in. I mainly grew up in the city lifestyle, but I'm also time to time able to go to the rural lifestyle. So because I experienced both, the best of both sides, best of both worlds basically, I'm able to see a bigger picture on like the downs and the highs, the low and the highs basically, of the city and the rural life in general. That's why it's like I can't confidently say when I retire I want to be in the rural life, or when I retire I want to stay in the city life, because I can't confidently say that, because I'm very well aware and I know that it's hard to sacrifice the convenience in city life, because there's so much convenience in it and that I'm so used to that the rural life can't offer, especially when you're retired. And when you retire, most of the time when you retire you're really old or something like that, or you have mobility issues. And then when you're in the rural life, you start to appreciate the quietness, the nature life, and stuff like that. And you want things to be much on a slower pace than the fast-paced environment to live in. So, and you want to appreciate that more. At least for me, personally, I want to appreciate that more. So it's like, I can't really confidently say which side I would go if I ever retire. So it's like, when people can confidently say that when I retire, I plan to move to the rural life, it's usually people who grow up from the city and then they want to move to the rural life because they're so used to the fast-paced environment and they want to move to a slow-paced environment. That's usual case. And then for the rural lifestyle, usually, or vice versa, basically, or like for the rural lifestyle, usually when they say they want to retire, they will still want to remain in the rural life because that's where they grow up and they start with. I feel like the rural life, most people want to retire there compared to the city life. But then there's also the people who want to retire in the city life because of the convenience aspect, and all the medical, the health stuff. So yeah, I can see both sides, the best of both worlds, I guess. I can understand, in a way, to a certain degree, why people choose those options. I don't know, what do you think? Which side would you choose, personally? I know most people grew up in the city, then rural, because, I mean, we're in the internet. Most people in the internet grows up in the city. Which one will you choose? Personally, I can't confidently say rural or city. I can't give a very confident answer, but if I were to say which side I'm leaning towards to more, I feel like right now, as of where I'm standing, I would say I'm leaning towards the rural lifestyle more. At least right now. At least from where I'm standing right now. Because technically the rural lifestyle have a little bit more convenience compared to back then. Because back then there weren't any much medical facilities compared to now. Sorry, back then there weren't much medical facilities compared to now. Yeah, now there are way more medical facilities and like ambulances. Even though there were, it's still not enough, but there are still way more compared to back then. Just knowing that there's still at least a form of safety. There's also internet and, you know, telephones, stuff like telecom services. So that itself is more enough for me. At least that's my personal opinion. We gotta return to the old ages? I don't know, cause like so many people, most of the people that I talk with, they chose to remain in the city after when I asked those questions because the reasoning behind that was because of convenience. I don't know for you guys, but like for me, I'm leaning towards the rural side. In general, yeah. For me personally, I'm leaning towards the rural side than anything else. Oh yeah, now that I remember, I think we also used to have a plant that I think it's used on the thing that what? That I used I can't read. That I think it's used on the thing that I can't remember how it was called, but it's Bethadine. Bethadine. I think that's how it's called. At least that's how we call it. Not the plant, by the way. Wait, why does that term sound very familiar? I feel like I know where this is used for. I know it's a medical thing. It's a medical term for a relief. I think it's like an iodine solution or something. It's like an antiseptic. I know it's for an antiseptic. It's an antiseptic and disinfectant agent, right? Wait, let me Google this. What's very useful? Yeah, it's a disinfectant and an yeah, it's a I can't speak. It's a antiseptic and disinfectant agent. Yay! I was like, wait, that sounds familiar. I know this. It's commonly used. Yeah, I know. I use that very often. So I was like, wait, that sounds very familiar. Where did I hear this from? You have a plant. The plant? What does it look like? I almost said something. It's not, I'm gonna get bad if I say it. It looks something like I'm almost said something. I'm not gonna say it. The plant looks something like I'm not gonna say what it looks like. Is that sort of W, by the way? Okay, not so much. After maybe some images looks weird. Maybe that's why I thought it looks like that. It kind of looks a bit like what it looks like? Yeah, it looks like a what's that vegetation called? I can't remember what's its name. What was that name? It looks like a vegetable. Like the leaf looks like a vegetable. I can't remember its name. I'm looking at the plant. I don't know what you're trying to get. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It looks like a vegetable. There's a specific vegetable that its leaf. No, not eggplant. Eggplant doesn't look like that. I'm looking at the leaf, by the way. The eggplant does not look like that. Eggplant isn't. What's the vegetable? Ooh, I can't remember the name. It's like at the tip of my tongue, but I can't remember its name. It's boring the frick out of me. What the frick is that called? I can't remember its name. I know what it looks like. I can't remember its name. Jesus. It's fine. Never mind. We don't talk about it. I can't remember anymore. It looks like a plant. I just like a vegetation. I just don't remember her name. I genuinely don't remember her name. It's bothering the frick out of me. A vegetable whose leaves look like the ones from the plant, the one plant. Even I am confused. But what other thing were you thinking that would get you into trouble? No, it's because there's this stock image. I don't think it's the right stock image. And I think it used the wrong stock image. So I was like, wait, this does not look like betadine plant. I was like scrolling, I was like, yeah, it doesn't look like betadine plant. And I was like, yeah, this is definitely a wrong stock image that they gave. But it looks like an illegal plant. Like, it looks like, yes. Casually deletes your message, but yes. Yes. Do you not see the resemblance? Like that slight resemblance, but it's like the wrong stock image that they gave, or something like that. I don't see any resemblance. No, it's because they gave. Okay, so the reason. Okay, there's a reasoning behind this, because they gave a wrong stock image. As I was scrolling through betadine plant, they attached a wrong stock image for betadine plant, like the leaf. So I was like, wait a second, this stock image doesn't look like betadine plant. I was like, hang on a second, and then I was like scrolling, and I was scrolling down. I was like, yeah, this stock image was the wrong representation of like betadine. You don't want to say it's more point? Yeah. It's just that the stock image, because there was this stock image that they attached. They put the wrong stock image, basically. The TLDR is they used the wrong image for betadine, and I clicked into it. I was like, oh wait, this is wrong. Where are you looking those pictures up? I don't know. I was just looking, cause like I don't like just looking at one image, cause I know Google, as reliable as it is not sometimes. So I was like, yeah, there's some that is not, doesn't look like betadine, and I was like, okay, yeah. Yeah, thus it's always good to cross-reference people. It's why you don't only rely on just one image, but always do cross-references. Like looking out on Google Images, and most of the pictures are the thing, and some are completely different, but the different ones aren't the majority. Exactly my point. I just remembered. I have to. I have to record MRC. I have to edit and upload MRC video. I should edit into my to-do list. There you go. Oh, my back. Hello, Zell. Welcome to the stream. Welcome. Oh, yeah, lovely day. I have a lovely day of food. Welcome to the stream. Welcome. How is the what? How is it productivizing? What the frick is productivizing? You mean the productivity? It's going fine. I'm just yapping while I'm multitasking. It doesn't seem like there was much being worked on, but trust me, I'm just multitasking a lot. It just looked like the checklist isn't moving a lot, but trust me, I'm actually multitasking a lot. It's like I keep seeing like I'm like looking left and right. By the way, if you'll see me in our stream, don't mind it, because I'm just looking at stream. I always look in people's stream when I'm streaming as well. Just don't mind it. Oh my god, my headphones keep sliding off. What the fuck? Wait, let me adjust my headphones. Huh. Talking about play with words? What? Do you know the Titan Arum is to smell its what? What's Titan Arum? Titan Arum. Oh, the corpse flower. I didn't know the name is called Titan Arum. I know what it is now. I only know it's called corpse flower. I didn't know it's called Titan Arum. Wait, corpse. corpse flower? Or is it? Yeah, the other name is called corpse flower, if I'm not wrong. Or am I crazy? Right? Because I know RawrSoda is also the other one that's called Death Flower. And then... because it's also stinky. It smells like... It smells like rotten meat. I would know, because I've seen it. I've smelt it before. It's hard to see what I checked or not because of chat. Don't worry, I haven't checked anything. I've only written things down, I've not checked it. We're gonna be here for a while. There's a flower that I like to smell. I like to smell so much, and the smell only comes out when it's nighttime. What flower is it? I like plants a lot. I want to grow my own veggies someday. You need technically you could do it at home. But you can do like a own. You know they're like some in-house. Like you could do small home growing. You don't need like a outdoor farm or whatsoever. You could do your own indoor home growing vegetation stuff as well. But ideally, you can get like your own outside vegetation farm, like a small one, technically. Have you ever heard of the Suriname cherry? Alright, Miguel was talking about it. Yeah, it's a corpse flower. Lore drop? Kaissics Walker smelled the corpse flower. No, RawrSoda. I've smelt RawrSoda before. I've seen corpse flower before. Technically, I've seen both. To be fair. Was it? Wait, let me double check. I'm trying to I think I vaguely remember that I've seen corpse flower before. If I'm not wrong. Yeah. Okay. I have seen and smelt both before. Yes. but it's not they weren't like the bigger ones. They're still like the smaller ones. So they weren't as pungent as they were supposed to be, but they were stinky. The one thing I remember, they were very stinky. That's actually really cool. Night blooming jasmine. Night blooming jasmine? Ooh, oh, they look really pretty. Wait, why do I know this flower? I've seen it before. Like in photos. I've never smelt it. I've seen it in photos. They're really pretty. I don't think I've seen it in real life, have I? Wait, I think... I don't think I've seen it before. I don't think I've seen it in real life before. Night blooming jasmine, or smelt it. And it's not that well. That thing that looks like a Pokemon? What? Oh, you mean this thing? This one? I couldn't freak up thing. What the freak? Nice. Nice. It's still really cool. Lol, why didn't Grandpa smell actual corpses from his fallen group members? Group members? You mean comrades? You mean peeps from my fallen from back then? Technically, when they're fresh, they don't smell like corpse. Like RawrSoda and like the basically corpse flowers and death flower. They smell like rotten, something that's rotten, specifically rotten corpse, decomposing stuff. Whereas low whites, when they're fresh, you just smell more of blood than corpse. Like you don't smell rotten, decomposing stuff. You don't smell decomposing dead bodies. You smell of the more metallic smell. If that makes any sense. It smells more metallic than the decomposing rotten stench that the plant gives out. If that makes any sense at all. Me imagining Kai going over and sniffing a dead body. What the frick? Zil? Not that way. You smelled both, got them? Yes. I mean, it wasn't really bad. I think like it's worse if it gets larger, I think the bigger it grows, the worse it gets, in like it's more intense in smell. I think. I'm not too sure. Because when I saw it and I smelt it, it wasn't as pungent as I thought it would. Because like I was already aware of how bad it could smell, but like I kind of expected it to be more stinky, more pungent in terms of stench, but it wasn't as bad as I thought. So I was kind of like surprised, to be honest. Looks like a Venustrum. Oh yeah. It does. It is inspired. It is inspired technically. They're playing a Venustrum. Venustrum has like I think Venustrum is inspired by RawrSoda. Wait, let me double. Oh, frick. Pokemon. Is it called Venustrum? Wait. I don't think it's called Venustrum. Wait. Pokemon that looks like RawrSoda. It's called Velupom, I think. How do you pronounce this? Velpom. I forgot the name. I actually forgot the name. Velupom? Velpom? Yeah, that one. I think it's like Val, as in this is Val, and then Plum as in like plumage. Oh, Vilpom? Valpom? Val. Oh, frick. Whatever. Yeah, that Pokemon. Whatever it is. As long as you know which one I'm referring to, that's fine. It's fine. If you know, you know. Grandpa and Zill playing Pokemon when? I'm not entirely sure. Okay, so there's a reasoning behind why, because I'm not very up to date with Pokemon, cause I'm very out. Like, I'm super duper outdated Pokemon. The last time that I played Pokemon was so way back then, like Mystery Dungeon, Sapphire, Ruby Sapphire, all the others. Ruby Sapphire, Emerald, and what's the other one? Freaking Emerald and something. I forgot. Emerald and something. What else on there? I can't remember. But it's super way back then, and I haven't touched Pokemon ever since. So like all the newer Pokemons that you'll see, I don't freaking know. Emerald was in Ruby, so okay, yeah, there you go. There you freaking go. What else are there? I know it's back in like the early 2000s or like early 20, early 10s or something. I don't freaking know. But it's very, very back then. Like Game Boy editions, or I know it's back in like Game Boy editions or something like that. Box Legendary? What the heck is Box Legendary books? What's the what? Do you remember the Box Legendaries looks? What is the Box Legendaries? What are the Legendary on the game box? I know there's Onyx. There were. Oh, I don't know. Do I remember all the names? That's a question. Do I still remember the names? That's the main question. There's Onyx. There were. You know, the thing is, I don't remember it on the top of my head. I only remember them if I. Rayquaza, Onyx, like if they're like commonly mentioned, then I remember them. But if people were to say, oh, how they look, I know they're red, they're blue, they're very. Mate, this is not helping. It doesn't help. Oh, what were you saying? Bringing the rest of the Red Midnight to. I don't think a lot of them are very interested in Pokemon. The only people I knew who were interested was Silver, Rain. I know Zoe is kinda, but not really very, very interested. I do know Rain and Silver was playing Cobblemon, which is a Minecraft version of Pokemon. Do I know anyone else? I don't think so. Tetsu plays Pokemon back then. I don't know about now. I don't know about the rest. Fair enough. I'll be honest. I'm not the biggest Pokemon fan. I binged the anime. That's about it. I don't even binge the anime. So I have little to any idea of any Pokemons. I want to see Grandpa Eevee farm. That's not how you spell Eevee though. That's something I know of. But I know that I know to farm Eevee you kind of need specific gem to get it, to evolve them to a specific element. If I'm not wrong. Is it a gem? Do you call it a gem or a stone? I don't remember. But you need to get a specific element for them to evolve. Not Eevee, Grandpa. EVs? What the frick is EVs? Evolution? I don't. Like, is that short form for evolution? What the frick is that? Worse would be seeing Grandpa breathing for perfect IVs. What the frick is IV? What? Oh, Pokemon Fusions Emerald was... Okay, there we go. Do you remember Bofa? Who the frick is Bofa? Who is Bofa? Pokemon Bofa. I do not know who Bofa is. No. Bofa? Who is Bofa? Rayquaza, Groudon, and Kyogre? Wait, how do you pronounce that word? Wait, frick. I don't think I... Is it Kyogre? Kyogre? Oh yeah, the whale-looking Pokemon, yeah. How is it pronounced? I don't remember anymore. Kyogre? I don't know, how do you pronounce it? I don't remember anymore. But I know it's with Groudon. Rayquaza is a dragon-looking green one, and then Groudon is a bear-looking dragon's question mark bear-looking red one. Oh, Kyogre? Why did it make it so hard to pronounce? Bro, Emerald, Ruby, and Sapphire respectively? Okay, yeah, I know that one. I know those. Although in both Sapphire and Ruby, you can still get Rayquaza. Just in Emerald, you can get the 3 of them. No. Each Pokemon has certain stats that can increase the specific EVs and IVs. Bruh, Zil. Nah. Hell nah. EVs can be given to a Pokemon by being specific wild Pokemon that give those EVs and IVs. You can only increase them while breeding. What the frick is this technical? What? None the frick are these stuff? And also there are ways to keep EVs with... What the At least that's how I saw... say it! I don't know. My brain just went like, what the frick are you talking about? My little brain is like, huh? Go for a bit. If I don't come back, have a good stream. Okie dokie. Thank you for coming, Zil. All the best for whatever you're doing. But thank you so much for coming. Hopefully I can see you on the next stream. On the future stream ahead. Bye-bye, Zil. Thank you for coming. Bye-bye. Thanks for hanging around too. IV is individual values, EV is effort values. Since when Pokemon was so statistic? Or am I the only one who thought it was not statistic? I just played. You know, I just played it. Since Gen 1. Okay, so I'm the one that who just play it as it is. I'm dumb. I'm sorry, I'm just dumb. I just play it as how it is. I don't know it's so statistical. But to be fair, I played it in a way that it was like the basic way of playing it. Like what's the way? How can I say this so that it doesn't sound weird? I just play it like if you're unless you're like very hardcore about it, then you would just play it in the very default way, if that makes any freaking sense. now players have it easy because they can use a specific item to max out the Pokemon's IVs too. I must admit, I like to play with Cobblemon mod sometimes. I even remember some commands for the mod. What? Wait. So you know... Wait. Hang on. Give me a second. Give me 1 second. Okay, so... Wait, so you memorize a mod for it? Like, do you just simply, like, just kind of, like, memorize it? Memorize... Do you just, like, simply, like, just input it in, or... I know a Pokemon before I knew Cobblemon. So, like, do you just simply, like, kind of, like... Oh, this... Type out this and that? How do you make it? What do you mean be more specific, or use an example what I could do? Like, do you use Cobblemon mod to, like... Because I don't know what... Like, Cobblemon, do you use it... Like, what do you use it for? To, like, Because Cobblemon is technically a Minecraft mod, right? And then... I know Cobblemon has, like, depending on, like, what you do... With Cobblemon, some people use it for, like, for, like, competition or for Minecraft stuff. Some people use it to build their Pokemon. So, like, I'm curious, what could you do with Cobblemon mod? Like, what do you use it for? Does that make sense? I use a mod to enjoy my time playing. Because, like, I've seen how I've kind of seen how like Rain played Cobamon, and the way he played it was like grindy, I guess. If that makes any sense. It's like a mixture of grindiness and a mix of catching a Pokemon. Because there are ways to, like, I don't know if you're able to, I don't know if Cobamon mod, you're able to see a statistic value for it. But you're able to catch it. Then you have to find your Pokemons too. If if I remember correctly. Oh, excuse me. What is this for? No freaking way! Something I've been waiting for, I've just received it! Something I've been waiting for so long, I've just received it. Oh my god, my video studio just lagged. Hang on. You just disconnected? Bruh. Ah, took a while. I ain't a competitive player. I mean, the mod is grindy. You can make your own Pokeballs. You don't buy the Pokeballs. Oh right, because the actual game itself, you technically can buy the Pokeballs, but Cobamon, you either find your Pokeballs or you make your Pokeballs, right? I think. If I'm not wrong. Yeah, each Pokemon has their own spawning specification. Some spawn in the plains biome. Others spawn at the end. Some may require a fossil machine to come to life. It's like an actual Pokemon journey. Like the anime, I guess. Do you call it? Like the actual authentic experience of the Pokemon. Right? Exactly. Yep, it's like you're on a Pokemon journey. There's another mod that's older than Cobblemon. It's being Pixelmon. But Cobblemon actually lets the Pokemon attack the wild Pokemon if the player needs food. Food? Huh? So no need to use your Pokemon to get the materials dropped from the wild ones, but if you want to catch a Pokemon, then it's best to be in battle. If you want to know about the more best ways to have time and try it. I mean, okay, the reason why I didn't really play Cobblemon was because the versions that Cobblemon includes are Pokemons that I personally don't know. And it's very grindy. I don't really have the time to play, and I'm not exactly a master or very familiarized with Minecraft. To top it off, on top of everything, Cobblemon is still like a survival level for Minecraft, and I'm not exactly good with survival version of Minecraft. When I played Minecraft, I've never really played survival mode. I've always played in the creative mode. I've never really played in the survival mode, because I always play in like the smooth brain mode. So yeah, the Pokédex only has Gen 1 completed for now. I think there's more though. I think currently it's more than Gen 1 for Cobblemon. I know Pixelmon existed, but I don't think anyone else played Pixelmon. Right? Where was I? Oh, and the devs are already planning a new update. They even showed what's coming in the next update. Wait, so the devs, the developers are actually actively updating the mod for Cobblemon to this day too, correct? So they're gonna continue to update all the way to like, I reckon maybe the latest ones. What's the latest Pokemon? I don't really know. Yeah, they are actively updating the mod and adding Pokemon to it and adding features that until now only add-ons would add, like extra mods. And the next update they are adding riding, TMS and HMS, breathing and cooking. Riding and breathing has only been possible with extra mods until now. HMS and TMS were not a thing. So the only way to give moves to your Pokemon was through commands. And cooking, I think there are external mods too that give that ability to it. So they're gonna make it as an update so that it'll be a function rather than like you have to make it, you download additional mod to add into the Cobblemon. That's actually really good. So it's like they're gonna package everything into one and then make it as an update. Holy mo! You know what? So technically the developers are actually listening to the feedbacks of the players. They're actually listening to the players' feedback. That's a very huge win. That's actually a good thing. I'm gonna BRB real quick. I'm gonna go to a washroom. So give me a moment. I'm gonna go to the washroom real quick. BRB. Hello, I am back. I'm back. Where was I? Oh yeah. I mean, they aren't grabbing the mods themselves, but they see that players like it, and putting those ideas in the mod itself. And in the next update, you'll be able to find wild Pokemon nests where the parents attack you instead of starting a battle. Oh, thank you, Miguel. Yeah, of course they're not gonna grab the mods themselves, cause that's a big no. Unless they're gonna collab with the people who make the mods, like collaboration, and kind of like discuss for the copyrights and whatnot, obviously. But ideally would be them making the functions themselves. But it's really good that like they themselves, the developers, created this kind of like stuff, you know, after like hearing and hearing that the players themselves find out that they like this and players want this to happen, and they deem that this is a better option for like a greater good for the game, or at least the mod for a couple of months. So it's like they actually listens to what the players want, which is not very like frequently seen or heard in, at least for most of the mod makers in general. So I'm like, the Cobblemon developers are actually very good in terms of like they're willingly to listen to their target audience or the players themselves. 3. By the way, they have 2 channels on YouTube, the official one and the one where they show their progress. I kind of wish they have like, it's kind of like a good thing and a bad thing, cause like in a way, there's a separation. When the official one, they can drop the trailers and whatnot, and then the other one where they can show the work in progress. But I think like if they have it all in one channel, it will help push the algorithm a little bit, because it shows that's actively having progress update and content consistently being uploaded. So that's a good and bad thing, I guess. If they're able to utilize it properly, if they put it all in one channel, they can have a proper playlist, I guess. If that makes any sense at all. I also love. So sorry if I'm like going back and forth a lot, because I'm like multitasking max. I also love that they even allow players to make mods to add new Pokemon, either being the ones they haven't added or fake mon. What's fake mon means? Like fake Pokemons? Is that what fake mon means? But actually, that's a pretty cool mod. Is it like a fusion of Pokemon? Is that what it means? Basically, it's not official Pokemon, either being Pokemon created from a I was like fan game. I was like, well, fan game created from a fan game or a fake one that you created yourself and wanted to bring it to life. Oh, kind of like a persona, or like it was actually a fake Pokemon. That kind of makes sense. Huh. So that's what a fake one is. Fan-created Pokemon. Wait, if that exists, how... Wouldn't that be like... You can technically create like a very OP, like an overpowered Pokemon to win a game, can you not? That's kind of cheating, not gonna lie. That's like cheating. It's like you're on hardcore cheat mode. But I think people don't go that far though. So there are some mods for a couple mods that update. They update the models of existing Pokemon, and some also add like Mega Evolution, Z moves, Dynamaxing, and Terrestrialization. What the frick? Huh? How does that work? Stargazing, stay alert! Welcome to the stream, welcome. I heard you have a lovely day. Have a lovely day of you. Welcome to the stream, welcome. Oh, Yippee, you're still here? Hi, guys. Yes, I'm still here. Can you believe it? I'm still here after streaming for 4 hours and 30 minutes. Well, over 4 hours and 30 minutes. But yeah, I'm still here. Hello, welcome to the stream, welcome. Actually, how should I address you? Should I, like, stargazing stay? Like, the short form? How do I address you? The first time I interacted with you is on... It's actually today on Stellar Stream, technically. He be working hard. These things were added ever since Pokemon X and Y. Oh, that would explain a lot, because I don't think I have played or know X and Y. Like Pokemon X and Y. That's how behind I am with Pokemon. I go by Rover, but you can call me Star. Oh, you go by Rover. Okay, I'll try to remember them. I'm very bad with names. I can recognize names, but do I remember? It's a different story. But I can recognize names. Like I know your name. I'm very familiar with your username. But do I remember? If I see your name as being that, I'm like, what's your alternative name that you gave me? Like, what's your alias? I need to remember. I'll do my best to remember. Rover. Okay. Rover or Star. Okay. Note to self. Yep, with Stylus. Stylus was having a co-working stream earlier in the daytime, and I'm having a quote-unquote co-working stream, a productivity stream, I call it. Technically, we used to call the productivity stream work/study stream. Back then, but then I was like, part of me was like, why do I call it work and study stream? Work/study stream. When I could simply call it productivity stream. But productivity is kind of a long mouthful. The only reason why I call it productivity... Hang on. I just realized I have to charge my phone. So wait, give me a second. Okay. The reason why I call it productivity is because I could be working or studying, or studying it. Working and or studying at the same time, because I multitask a lot. So I'm like, why use slash? So I could be like, I could literally just simply say like, productivity, right? But it's like a mouthful. So I'm really thinking, do I go back to calling it work/study? Or do I stick with productivity? And it also feels wrong to just call it productive. I don't know. So I'm just experimenting right now. I could just call it co-working, but co-working is just a mouthful. Because unlike Twitch, Twitch has like the label for it, but YouTube does not. So yeah. Lamam everyone. I've noticed. But I think you are more, I think Rover, you are more on the Twitch side than on YouTube. I mean, most people are more on Twitch. Most VTuber watchers are more on Twitch than on YouTube, to be honest. To be fair, Twitch is more of a streaming platform than a YouTube. And most VTubers are streaming on YouTube, sorry, Twitch than YouTube. Unless like you are a corpo or like you're very well established, I would say well established VTuber, then you'll stream on YouTube or multi-stream. Yeah. But then, I think most VTubers who release their content on YouTube, it's for like VOD reasons, or they're a V singer, or highlights, clips, shorts, or something like that. It's rarely used for streaming purpose. To be honest, to be very, very honest. Okay, you say Rover, and here I am playing a game whose main character's name is Rover. Let me guess, are you playing Wuthering Waves? Yeah, I think it's called Wuthering Waves. That's the only thing that came out in my mind. The MC's name is Rover. Or if they got banned on Twitch for no good reason. I think if they are banned on Twitch for not... Oh, you mean like for no apparent reason they got banned on Twitch, then they moved to YouTube. That, yeah. Yeah, that would be a valid reason. But usually people who streams on YouTube... I think most people recently do multi-stream rather than exclusively streaming only on Twitch these days because of what's going on. And I mean, there's pros and cons. For me personally, I don't really like multi-stream. I mean, there's valid good reasons behind it, but I personally not a huge fan of Twitch culture. I don't think I fit in it. So I think that's the reason why I didn't really chose to stick with like multi-stream. I mean, there are like a lot of like Red Midnight and like other peeps were like telling me, oh, you should try streaming on Twitch and stuff. I don't understand Twitch enough. I don't like, Okay. To be fair, I have nothing against Twitch. I have nothing against people who stream Twitch. In fact, I have met quite a number of people who are really, really nice on Twitch, including content creators, and I actually enjoyed, like, you know, staying their streams, lurking their streams, supporting them, so on and so forth. But there are definitely times where I just don't see myself creating content on Twitch. Thus, yeah. Oh, the mountain cow. It's I'm playing Wuthering Waves. Play Wuwa, and when people ask my name, they always talk to me about Wuwa and Rover, when in reality Rover came from an auto-correction of my IRL name. It's very funny. So you got your name Rover way before Wuwa came out. So you are the OG, Rover. You're the OG. You got it before Wuwa came up with the name. The OG Rover in the house. Oh, I guess I truly there. I truly am the OG. Welcome. Let's give a round of applause to the OG Rover. Who took inspo trust. You should actually get Wuwa to like sponsor you or like get the copyrights to like, Wuwa, you took my rights. You took my name. I should be given like a portion for like using my name. I'm the OG Rover. Where's my money? Man was spied by Kuro Games to do their main character for real. It's actually. One should actually pay Rover for part of like the shares. The Wuwa shares a portion of the percentage. We got this to remind me of a situation in your server, Grandpa, you remember? Huh? Huh? Oh! I was like, huh? Wait, what? Huh? I was like confused for like a second. I was like, what? I was really like, what situation? What are you talking about? I was like, Nani? Yeah, I remember. Yes. It was not long after we revived the server, right? You're referring to that, if I'm not wrong. If I'm not wrong, right? If you're referring to that, then yes. For I need to get some money for them using my name. Get them. Where's my shares? Where's my rights? Wasn't there a shop that was called Mario Bros that won a battle against Nintendo since they had the names before Nintendo made the games? Oh no, wait, the shop's name was Super Mario. Wait, really? Okay, I didn't know that. I actually didn't know. Was there actually a case for that? Yeah, the guy that just showed up because of the names. Where are my figurines? I saw like they made a huge deal about like a very big deal about it, and then after like there was like no room for discussion when they were trying to discuss about it, but then it's freaking weird. It was like a whole situation about it, and then after that, this and that happened. I don't even know what was happening at that point. Hey, it is what it is. Things settle. So, yeah. Yeah, there was a case like that. One side didn't want to let go, the other has to respect it. That is true. That is true. I mean, to be honest, it's more of like, if it's like if one side wants to open room for negotiation, assuming that they were, then they should have opened or listened to the quote-unquote negotiation, but there weren't even room for negotiation in the first place, so I was like, bruh. They were just demanding for things to happen, so. But yeah, the message before when I said there was a case like that, it's about the Super Mario Shop case. Yeah, I was referring to that before I was responding to what happened in our server. It's like there are a lot of relation that's similar to the whole case, but the Super Mario case, I don't know how much did Nintendo lost. I know that Nintendo lost big bucks. But I mean, Nintendo being Nintendo, right? I swear, Nintendo is just being Nintendo these days. I'm just, I'm not. I hope I don't get sued, but Nintendo is a very nice company. Nintendo is just being Nintendo in a good way, right? Right? I don't want to be sued, you guys. I don't want to be sued. Don't make me get sued, guys. Do not get me. Don't make me get sued. Please. I beg of you. Sorry, I was yawning. Nintendo even goes after fan games, seriously. Nintendo, if you want to cause issues with what I say about you, then talk to me. Nintendo, if you're looking for a situation, please email or DM Miguel. You can email, look for him for his YouTube channel, or look for him on his Discord. I do not know what's Miguel's email. Honestly, I do not know. I swear. Casually, we go be like, we're looking for a situation. Look for me. But not living on a DS. I mean, so it's nervously. Oh my god, this is good. I just realized how long this one thing that I'm doing is gonna take forever. Because it's so... I just realized how much there are. There's more than I thought. I mean, not surprised, I'm not gonna lie. Powell did a better job, got left the third last thing to do on the list. The third last thing to do? Wait, what is it? Oh. Look, it's not what you think it is, okay? It's called Twitch Integrated Throwing System. It's not what you think it is, okay? It's not what you think it is. But did Powell get like a whole case with Nintendo? Because of Pokemon? I remember it's a huge case. It was like a very big case. Yep, Pal was being hunted down by Nintendo. Pocket Pair had to be taken away 2 functions until now. The ability to throw a Pal sphere to summon a Pal and to use a Pal as a glider instead of a glider itself. I played Pal for like a bit when it first got released. I still have Pal on my Steam. Technically speaking, I still have Pal on my Steam account. I haven't uninstalled it. I still technically have it. I just haven't played it. When was the last time I played it? Wait, let me just look real quick. Holy last played on Pal was back in 2024 on the 22nd of May. So it's been slightly over a year since I last played Pal. It's been slightly over a year since I last played Pal. So yes. Okay, I'm just gonna. What? I'm just gonna drown you in compliments real quick. I'm just gonna tell you real quick right now. Okay, just a heads up, Robert. I don't because you're kind of new here. I'm really extremely bad with compliments, like really bad. So just a heads up, how bad it is the maximum I can give is a thank you, but I will kind of like, it's not that I'm rejecting or not acknowledging your compliments or like looking at it in a bad way. It's just I have a very extreme. It's very hard for me to see eye to eye when it comes to compliments. Especially when it comes to compliments about myself or towards me. In a way, I have a very bad or very low self-confidence or non-existent one, and what do you call it? Suddenly I forgot what's the term. Oh yeah, like I have a very. It's not diagnosed. It's not an official term, but in a way, I do have a kind of an extreme case of imposter syndrome. So it's like accepting compliments is one of it. So yes, so just let me be very straight out honest. Heads up for you. It's not that I'm not validating your compliments towards me. It's just I'm really extremely bad with compliments. So it's not that I'm not validating it, but the maximum at least right now is I can say thank you for your compliments, but I will also come up with a lot of thousands of reasons to reject it. But it's not that I'm dehumanizing it or not validating it. Just be aware that I'm not appreciating it, okay? It's just that I'm really bad at accepting it. And it took like more than 3 years for me to reach to the point that for me to even say thank you. Okay, if you're like a specter from like 3 years ago, I can't even say thank you to this. The compliments. This is progress. Okay, I'm trying to make progress here. I'm just gonna. So this is just a heads up. Okay, just a heads up. Since you're gonna say a compliment, since I'm gonna read out your compliment, so I'm telling you a very straight out heads up towards your compliments that you might or you've typed out. See, I can't even talk right now because of this thing. But yeah, this is just a heads up towards this, okay? And it's not just coming out from my own mouth. Even Miguel here could literally testify, because he's been here for quite a while. Anyone from Red Midnight could testify and have witnessed firsthand towards this. Anyone who knows me or collab with me or even known me from the very first day can testify this. For reals. So, yeah, I'm not saying this to be humble. I'm not saying this for like, oh, just to keep a face or like whatsoever. Literally anyone who knows me from the first day or just starting to get to know me knows it literally almost instantaneously. So I'm not saying it out of humility. I'm not saying it just out of humbleness. I'm literally being straight honest about this. This is just me being me. I'm really honest about this. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna read it out. Okay, now I'm gonna read it out. Okay, I'm just kind drowns you in compliments. See, I'm really having difficulty reading this. In compliments, real quick, but I really love your model. The model comes from my RS mama, my Novik. She no longer really I don't think she's really in the VTubing industry anymore. She has kind of moved on. But she's still within the art. She's still an artist, but her art style has really changed drastically ever since then. I don't really think she's really drawn VTubers or anything related as of now. At least for the past years or months. At least not that I haven't seen it. But thank you. I really love your voice. Your voice is so unique and your laugh is super unique too. My laugh is unique? Who? Where is this coming from? I don't really think my voice is unique though, but thanks? Question mark? Huh? I don't know where this is coming from, but thank you for your compliment? Question mark? Now we just spawn the pals close to you, and the glider pals just give you buffs to the gliders, and you have to have a glider equipped. Oh, so this is a new update to what's after the Nintendo case with PAL. I didn't know this, because I haven't played Nintendo since like I said, 2024, 22nd of May, 2024. So you see Grandpa doing collabs. Oh. I mean, technically speaking, I've been doing more collabs than solo stream these days, so it's only quite recently that I've been starting to do more solo streams than collabs. I mean, this week you're getting more solo streams than collabs as of compared to the recent months. Bruh, I haven't really been streaming much recently, so what are you talking about? Just don't ask how he sleeps. Why are you so triggered by the way I sleep? I have. Last time it was that range stream and I was dying from laughter. Oh, was it like, wait, was it the one that, Rain and I was trying to communicate, but we were both doing solo streams where both of us are doing productive stream? Like co-working stream? But then we were communicating via our own co-working stream. Was it that one? Power stream when then? I don't know. I don't really. The reason why I didn't really continue stream Power was because it was really heavy on the PC. At least back then. And I didn't really have a lot of time playing Power. I didn't really understood the mechanics too, so I don't know. I still have the game, I just didn't really touch it. And I didn't really find the really interest in it. Like, it wasn't really very, very fun for me. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Let the men scream. What's wrong with you guys and me screaming? The collab with Rain and Alice and some other people. Was it a Red Midnight collab? Wait, which one was it? Is it the Phosphid Simulator? The Reaper collab? Huh? Which one? Cause there's so many collabs that has Rain and Alice and like the rest of Red Midnight. Rain and Alice and some Hell Divers 2? The one with Mad Dog? Is it the day stream? Cause the only collab that came into mind that is quite recent would be that has Rain and Alice and it's a day stream would be Hell Divers 2. Just to think there have been 2 Terraria updates until now in Power Wall. Actually, I don't think I've really touched Terraria. I know Terraria is kind of like Minecraft-ish, but it's also very different from Minecraft. I've seen people play it, but I can't see myself playing Terraria. I see people playing it. I enjoy watching other people play it, but I can't see myself playing it. You know, like there are games that you can see people you enjoy watching other people play it, but you don't enjoy playing it yourself, or you can't see yourself playing it. If that makes sense. You all also bad for being told you did a good job when you say what you did was nothing, just like a situation with Isla. You are also bad for being told you did a good job? But that's something to do with imposter syndrome. What? Let me rephrase what Grandpa said. I have imposter syndrome. Bruh. Where is the stream compilation at? I think there's a YouTube Shorts for it, if I'm not wrong. I think I have a YouTube Shorts for a screen compilation. Oh, did I not post it? I think I posted a screen compilation of a specific game. Or they're not posted. I think it's a YouTube short for it. Or was it a highlight video? I can't remember. But I specifically remember that I had a compilation video for it. That's why I would just follow that in my brain. What do you mean? Lamau, no worries. You can't just... Yeah, you can't... By the way, if I'm really slow on reading all the messages, because I'm back reading everything. Just so that... I'm reading every single messages, and I'm reacting to every single one of them. So I don't miss out anything. Yeah, you can't take compliments even if we tell him why he deserves them. Mama Shah. Yeah, in general, I'm really, really bad at it. And I don't really think I deserve it. Because I felt like there's more that could be done. In general, I think. Bring in the fun fact about your models when you read this message. Fun fact about my models? Wait, what do you mean by fun fact about my models? It's coming from a leftover sentimentality from Stylus stream. Oh, you mean like the like all the vibes, all the feels about the what do they call it? The best word you could use is sentimental feels. But yeah, that's true. I guess it kind of got brought over from Stella's side of the stream, because it came from like a rubbed storm from Stella's side of the stream, I guess. Laugh over oh god, is roasting coming out after? No, it's not roasting. It's just more of like we had like a whole wholesome part of Cell stream where we had like a whole talk about how like Rover was like talking about how like wait, Rover, what pronouns do you use? Do you use they, them, he, him, she, her? What pronouns do you use? Actually, I'm not really sure. But in general, we were talking about how we're very appreciative, like as content creators, we don't usually get fan arts. For the lack of a better term, fan arts. I don't really like to use fan arts this term because I don't really see Spectres as fans. I see us more like a community. So I don't really, in general, okay. I say this a lot, but for those who don't know, I don't like to use the word fan or fan arts in general because I don't really see Spectres as fans, but more of like, we're like a whole community. I don't really know how, I don't really like to put us as a label. In a way, like, we are like a safe, I prefer making, like, us as a community, like a safe space kind of community, where we could be comfortable with each other. But, of course, without being too unhinged to a point where we are like, making each other uncomfortable. Like, it should be a safe space for everyone, as much as possible. But the reason why I don't really like to use the word fan is because I don't really think, I don't know. I just don't know why it doesn't sit right with me when it could be just me having like a imposter syndrome kind of situation or like a moment where like I don't think I would have fans or I would have people thinking that I'm anyone's Kami Oshi or like Oshi in general, or people look up to me in the first place. I came into VTubing in the first place without people or having expectations of being anyone's Oshi, Kami Oshis, or you know, all this kind of stuff. Or being or having like a fandom or whatsoever. I came into VTubing trying to make a community, like a safe space kind of community where I know it's gonna sound repetitive for anyone who's been here from the day one, but I came into VTubing in a way where I kind of want to make it like to prove that you know, like if someone's in the dark situation or like a dark space, or like if they need like a spark for their passion, I can't be like a living proof in a way. Like, you don't, it's never too late to start on something that you're passionate for, or if you need a spark towards, or like a simple push towards something that you're passionate about, you know, if I could be that spark or something to light up that, or lit up the way towards that path, or at the very least, if you're going through a dark time or you need like you know, just a listening ear or like just a companion, then if you're feeling comfortable or a safe space, this would be like a very safe space for you to chill, relax, or just wind down from whatever stressful situation that you might be facing. Or like, you know, like earlier I was mentioning in the stream, like, you know, city life has always been a very fast moving space. So if this is like a space where you could live in like a very slow pace movement or just enjoy, just chill, relax, then yeah, then I would very much appreciate it. Or like, in general, yeah. I know it's just me rambling, but I came into VTubing just being like that, and not really having much expectation in general. But it's also like a second outlet for me to be able to do production stuff, like a creative production where I could also do things that I'm passionate about, or things I could start off. Like, it's also like, I never had I was never confident in releasing a song cover or anything like that. It was actually Spectres who kind of gave me the confidence, or like a push to try it out, and that kind of like started the drive and the spark to push out song covers. And from then on, it's just me consistently or continuously working on trying out to release song covers. Yeah. So like, I'm kind of like a living proof of it's never too late. And you know, a simple push or just leading up a spark to something could fuel someone's passion towards something. So yeah. And in a way, I've been through a lot of things in the past. Well, it's not really a very pretty one. Like a dark past. So I kind of don't really want, or at the very least, people who go through dark times, I didn't want people to like be there. At least I know how it felt to be alone when you're going through something rough or in the trenches. So at the very least, if I'm able to let people who are going through those times to know that you're not alone, because I know when at that time it feels like the whole world is against you, and you felt like it's so painful and so hard to go through it alone, and you just felt like you're very lonely most of the time. Even at times, I just felt like I still suffer through that situation. Or like I still go through that moment where mentally I'm just like alone, but I'm just being reminded that I'm actually not alone. So in a way, this community is like, I hope in VTuber hoping to create a community that to remind those people who are going through those rough times, those dark times, that you're not technically alone. There's gonna be somewhere out there in the world, at least your loved ones, who are actually supporting you quietly, or are waiting for you to reach out to them. Even if the closest to you, where they're not blood related or not, like your friends, even if like your family members are the one that are against you, it could be your closest friends who are against you. There's still gonna be someone out there who actually cares for you, and you're genuinely not alone. Because human beings are actually social creatures. This is actual facts. And I can genuinely saying, I'm not saying for the sake of saying it, because again, I've been through it before. I still am struggling. To a certain degree, I'm not you. Obviously, I'm not you. I'm not anyone else. I'm myself. But to a certain degree, I could relate how it feels like to go through those dark times. So, and I'm still going through those dark times, having the world against you, and feeling like it's against you, and going through it alone. It's very, very, very hard too. So it's like, when you feel like, or when you are aware that there's someone who is out there who truly, genuinely cares for you and keep you grounded, it makes a lot of difference. It genuinely makes a whole lot of difference compared to you being that one. So yeah. So like if I'm able to at least be that little bit of spark, even if it's just that little tiny molecule light spark, or even a little bit of letting you being aware that, or subconsciously aware that out there's someone who genuinely cares for you, then that's more than enough to implement in your subconscious that slowly you're gonna be aware that someone out there or close to you, or even if you're friends or your family members, whether they're blood related or not, they actually care for you. Yeah, that's just my ramble. It's the late night rambles. But yeah, that's what I hop into VTubing in general. Sorry for the ramble, but yeah, for the yap. Let me just scroll back a little bit. Also, don't worry, I'm actually reading all your messages in real time. Even though I'm scrolling back to read the messages, I am reading it in real time. What was it again? Oh god, oh god, I remember that even the time when Rain put 2 pictures of you on screen, people say it was you on one side and a strip on the other, and I couldn't see the difference. But now, what the frick? It was a shooting game or something. Helldivers, I think so, yeah. Yeah, then it's Helldivers, yeah. Third person shooter against bugs. It was night stream for me, but morning for Rain. Then yeah, it's Helldivers, yeah. It's Helldivers too. So Grandpa, a Terraria update that is a collab update in Power, not a Terraria itself? What? Oh, it's an update function for Power. I thought it was a Terraria. I thought it's the game Terraria. And it was Helldivers at bat. I think so, yeah. Okay, yeah. This message has been sent on year 1956. The models of your model. Oh, the story of your models. Oh. He, they. Okay, I'll keep that in mind that you use he, they pronouns. So I'll because I know a lot of people use different pronouns, so I tend to like by default I'll use he, they. Oh, sorry. By default I'll use they, them if I don't know what pronouns they use, or I'll use just the name or the alias they use. But if I'm forced to use a specific pronouns, I'll use they, them by default, because that's the neutral pronouns that most people go by, unless they have they flat out specify what pronouns they use or they prefer, then I'll use that pronouns. But by default I'll use they, them default because I know because for me, I would say I'm more open-minded in a way. I am. This is LGBTQ plus friendly space, so if you're LGBTQ plus, then feel free. I have nothing against anyone. In fact, I have a lot of friends who are within the sphere, and I am supportive about it. That's why it's like, unless you have like specific pronoun, then I will use that specific pronouns. But by default, I'll use they, them. Yeah. I don't know if Spectres are fans. We ain't playing with. Spectres are technically spirits wisps. If you know what specters are, if you Google what specters are, okay, specters. The definition of specters are technically if you Google what it is, specters can refer to several things, primarily ghosts or apparitions. Yeah, apparition. What the frick? I feel like I'm having a reading issues. Basically ghosts or spirits. Phantoms, ghosts, spirits, or wisp. So yeah, that's the logic. And my origins is a netherworld, so yeah. So specters are technically spirits. At least that ain't one person asking you to step on it. What? Gosh, Miguel, to remind me of those people. Huh? God have mercy on our souls if we find those people. Oh, you mean like stepping on top of them? Like stepping to be above them? To use them? Is that what you're referring to? That's understandable for sure. I still am pondering if I should start streaming too, but I still fear for the time. You mean like schedule? Or like time? Like time constraints? Time restrictions? Then there's such thing called time management. Because, well, at least for me, personally, I usually, like, when I get really busy, I don't really have a lot of time to stream. So what I do is I sacrifice a lot of, like, things, you know. I sacrifice, like, rest time or, like, break time to stream. Or if I really, really have to, I just end up, like, I end up having to sacrifice the stream to really rest up. So it's like one or the other, but it really depends on how my work scheduling is like, because my work is not like a 9 to 5 kind of job. So that's when time management and scheduling plays a lot. I mean, this is what happens when you're working in a production or management level. Not level, but just production industry in general. But yeah. Or just to think that the third person pronouns are he, she, it. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. But yeah, there's nothing wrong with it. If they want to use it, then okay then. It's just quite of challenging for me when their pronouns go by it, because grammarly is gonna be a bit hard for me to use. Like my brain will take quite a lot more time to function like create a sentence, if that makes sense. That's what I do too. It's the most respectful I can get when I don't know someone's pronouns, so that's smart. I mean, to be honest, that's, I don't know how people work around it, but at least for me personally, I think that's the basic common courtesy you could give, or the basic respect you could give to someone. at least in the current era that we live in, because we live in an era where there's so many pronouns right now, and because there's so many pronouns and we can't just put someone, we don't have like a singular pronoun that we could give. We can't simply give people labels anymore. And for some, because like, you know, like there are people who are transgender. There are transgender people. They're non-binary. There are also like many others. There's queer. There's There are a lot more, but those are the ones that came into my head at the top of my head because there's the most common ones. There's gender fluid as well, etc., etc. So there's a lot more, right? So it's like, as such, they have different pronouns, right? So because we live in such era, I felt like the most basic courtesy or the most basic respect we could give to people is to use they them pronouns first until they give us a specific pronoun that they go by, or they introduce themselves with a specific pronouns. Then we'll use like a they them, which is the neutral pronoun, unless they are offended by it. Then I don't know what kind of justification they could give us if they're offended by us using a neutral pronoun. I don't freaking know what kind of... I don't know, how can someone be offended by us using a neutral pronoun? I don't know. But that's how neutral I could give. Unless there's a different way to play around with it. But yeah. But that's how I roll. I'll use like a neutral pronoun, or use the names or like alias that they go by, unless they flat out introduce themselves with whichever name or alias they go by and the pronouns they use. And that's how I would introduce myself as well. I would usually introduce myself with like my full name, like hi, my name is Kaissics Walker, or you can call me Kai for short. So it's like whichever they prefer, they can call me Kaissics or Kai as an alias, because I know Kai is a very common alias or name for people. So Kaissics is like my full, because I know there's so many Kais around. And then so it's like whichever they prefer. And then after that I'll use like I go by, my pronouns are like he, him, because I know some people might not know, or like it's just like that. And then I will, after I'm done with my introduction, I will ask them like may I know what alias or name, or how should I call you? And then after that I'll ask like, may I know what pronouns you go by? So in order to prevent, or like not to know, like to like misuse them in the future, or like so I could take note of it and stuff like that. So it's like, it's just like basic courtesy and respect you could give to other people or the opposite party. At least that's what I think. In general, that's what I think. That's one of my friends. Yeah, I just say they when I don't know their pronouns. Yeah, I mean, because they, them is a very neutral pronoun. Because otherwise there'll be like the male and the female pronouns, and then there's also like, what do you call it as a pronoun? I don't know what the it's pronouns it's under by, but yeah. Because it is technically not, it is under neutral pronoun, but it's also not the neutral pronoun. see, my brain can't work with that. Set a message too early? Wait, what do you mean? That's one of your friends. Oh, your friend, one of your friends goes by those exact pronouns. He, she, it. Oh. Then, okay, if let's say, in your friend's case, if let's say go by he, she, it, then in cases like this, what I would normally go is I'll ask if there's a specific preference or like a pronoun they lean more towards to. Because usually when they have different pronouns, they are more used, they go by. Like for example, for Rover is he, they, right? So usually, because they is neutral, he is towards a male pronoun, sorry, I'm sorry, Rover, I'm using this as I'm using your pronouns as an example. If you don't mind, but usually one person would have a more specific preference towards one pronoun than the other, unless they're unsure, or they'll voice out of like which pronoun they prefer on specific days or specific moments. But usually they have a pronouns that they lean towards to more. Usually, mostly, yeah. So usually what I'll do is if let's say for Rover's, in Rover's case, it's like he, they, right? Then I will ask like, okay, then which, since you're using he, they pronoun, which would you lean towards to? Obviously I'll use it via DMs more than, because DMs is more like a personal space rather than a more public space. Usually, then I'll ask like, in that case, which side do you lean towards to more? Do you prefer the he pronouns, or do you prefer they pronoun being used more? Because sometimes, like, depending on what situation, it could be used differently, if that makes sense. Grammatically speaking. But yeah. I say this in a respectful but also joking. Thing is, people use it when it's an object or an animal that we don't know its gender. Yeah, that's true, that's true. So it's like, it is a very tricky situation. Like so it's like, you have to ask if they're okay or not. So yeah, I mean, this is what I learned in school. Yeah, like, it's not wrong, it's not wrong. If I ever manage to go to an event where you will be in, I'm showing up and say, "Sup, Grandpa?" I mean, yeah, obviously, because you know it's me. You're fine, no worries. Yeah, but like, but yeah, that's the example I'm using. I only have failed to say the right pronouns twice towards a streamer. Me going with voice model, saying she when he is a trans masculine. Okay, then yeah. I mean, there are times where you might have accidentally used the wrong pronoun based on the voice and the model. It is actually okay to make mistakes as long as you genuinely apologize after mistakenly use the wrong pronouns and that specific person has pointed out and then you apologize for it. Then that's fine. You obviously try to do your best to avoid such a situation or repeat using the wrong pronouns again, obviously. But usually what I do is, honestly, I'm gonna be very, very honest. When I hop into someone's stream for the first time, like a new streamer or like a new content creator, the number one thing I would do before I chat is I read the chat rules. Is one thing. There's also the other thing that I do is I'll look for their pronouns. I actually will look for their pronouns because usually they will state their pronouns or whichever specific lure or they usually will state it out in their profile on their channel. Like for Twitch, it's usually in the about. Same for the YouTube or the Twitter. So I'll usually do that check first before I speak on their chat. For safety reasons. Not really safety reasons, but just so that I'm I do my best to make it more comfortable, because as a fellow streamer, chat rules are there for a reason, basically. And like, yeah, chat rules are there for a reason, and it's like kind of like a safety net for us, for both the streamer and the chat itself, for the community. So yeah, first I would do that, but not everyone would go out of the way to do that. So if the streamer or the content creator does flip or like upset about it, or like, usually if they're upset about it, it's a valid reason why they're upset about it. But if it's repeatedly done by the same person over and over and over and over again, it is a valid reason to be upset about it. But if they're upset because of the first time, or they just flip without a valid reason, then it's low-key kind of like a red flag. Unless they're having a very, very bad day, then maybe you could close one eye about it. But usually I feel like yeah, like, unless they're very, very extremely sensitive about it, I don't think it's a very good idea if, let's say, a content... Again, this is like my personal stance. This is my personal stance. I'm not them, so I can't say on their behalf, but it's just my personal opinion, my personal stance. So I'm just saying out my personal opinion, that I don't think it's a very good idea if any of them just end up flipping, or like being superly upset if someone used the wrong pronouns, unless they didn't state it right off the bat. And if anyone did use the wrong pronouns by mistake, then they shouldn't be too upset about it, unless it's being used or like consistently being like misgendered repetitively, and that opposite party didn't make an effort to correct themselves, or to, like, you know, apologize. Like, not apologetic about it means that they don't really respect you as a person, if you get what I mean. So yeah, then like that it will be a valid reason for you to be upset about it. Otherwise, you shouldn't be one content creator shouldn't be too overly upset or too, you know, angry about it, if it's just the first time or the second time, I guess. You know, give chances. I did apologize for both of those moments. They did say I was good. Getting mad when it's the first time the person misgenders you and it's their first time seeing you, not a good thing in my opinion. That is very true. I mean, if you're having a very bad day already, and they're slightly like kind of like triggered, I guess that's kind of like a valid reason. If you're like, in a way, as a chat, like for the first time, if they're really having a very bad day, you kind of have to kind of like close an eye, because you kind of don't know what the opposite party has been going through as well. So in a way, you kind of have to be understanding towards each other, because behind every streamer or every VTuber is an actual person as well. So I know it's kind of like contradicting what I'm saying is like, yeah, what I'm saying is kind of like contradictory. But in general, I just feel like you kinda have to be understanding towards both parties, I guess. That's what I think, and that's what I feel. If both sides are not willing to be understanding towards each other, then I feel like, yeah. I think in general, if the world is willing to compromise and be more understanding towards each other's situation and see each other's POV, then Yeah, I think the world have been a better place, you know. I am not part of the LGBTQ, but I don't want them to disappear. I don't wish that on anyone. But with what I see on the internet, I seem to be the type of person they will hate the most, according to some posts. I'm gonna be very honest. I don't wanna be... How do I say this? There are some... Okay, not everyone within the LGBTQ plus are good people. The same goes for not everyone is good in every community. So there are definitely bad apples. There are definitely bad apples here and there. So... yeah. So it's like... You can't... If you're with the good, right crowds side of a specific community, then it's fine. It's like, for example, for VTubing, if we're in the good side, like the more, I wouldn't say good side, but like the more non-drama-ish part of the VTubing industry, then you're fine. If you're on the drama-ish side, the bad apple side, then you're gonna bound to see a lot of things happening on a day-to-day basis. If you get what I mean. So it's I'm just putting it as an example to relate to, if that makes sense. That's the most relatable example. Closest relatable example that I could give towards this whole topic. But for me, as long as they are happy being themselves, go for it, keep being happy, the whole cis white male thing. Yeah, not everyone hates people. There are bad apples that give a bad name to the whole thing. Yeah, basically, like, I'm gonna be very honest. You don't have to be supportive to everything, but as long as you respect each other, then that's fine. Just respect each other's boundary, then that's good. You don't have to be supportive. You don't have to be liking everyone's things or everything that they like. As long as you respect each other's boundaries, then that's good. Respect each other's boundaries, respect each other's opinions. You don't go on a hate thing, don't go on like this and that, then hate strike whatsoever, then that's fine. Just in general, TLDR, just respect each other, guys. Just respect each other, respect. Just have basic common sense. Man, I don't even engage in social media at all. Yeah, I don't go at them and say that's wrong, it might be weird for me, but that's just me. I respect your decisions. Yeah. Like, you can don't like a community, you can don't like certain things about someone. You don't have to hate them, you don't have to like them, you don't have to dislike them, but you can respect them. Like, you don't have to support them. The only thing you can do, the only thing is just respect. Just respect. Like, I can choose not to... Okay, like, for example, I don't agree with your opinion, but I can choose to respect your opinion. The same logic, right? like, after I listened to your opinion to some stuff. Okay, yes, I heard you, I listened to your opinions, your standing. I don't agree with it, but I respect it. I don't stand on the same ground. I'm on the opposite end of that grounding, but I can respect it. But here's my opinion, my standing towards this situation. So, what you could do is you could also listen to my opinion. You don't have to like agree with me, but what you could do is just listen to it. You don't have to stand on you don't have to stand on my standing. You don't have to like agree with it. You don't have to like it, but you could listen to it and respect it. Just like how I listen to it and I respect your opinion. You see, it's like compared to you chose to not listen, you chose to not respect it. You chose to not even care about it. And you chose to hate on it. Like, it's like, bruh. It's as if you're talking to a wall. There's no conversation. It's just a one-sided situation. I don't dislike or like, but I respect them. Yeah, exactly. I even fear to give my opinion just to be sure to not wake up the bad apples. I think we're in the era where the moment you give opinions, you could literally evoke the wrath of a lot of bad apples or like bad people or something like that. I think that's the community, not the community, the era that we live in. Because of anonymity, keyboard warrior era, I guess that's what you call it. Because people can live behind the screens and they do not fear of anonymity. Thus, they could get away with a lot of things. I think that's where it stems from. Even comedians get hit with bad apples because of their jokes. Yeah, basically, yeah. It's kind of an unfortunate situation, but this is the current development of where it is now. So it's just kind of unfortunate, but it is what it is, and it's how the world is growing and developing. We're kind of like stuck in this situation, I guess. I don't like to say it is what it is, but what can we say, right? What can we say? there was a moment when my cousin was working and a group of black guys came up to him and asked if he'd like to make black jokes, and my cousin was honest and said sometimes. Then they then asked him to tell one, which my cousin did, and they all laugh. Not a laugh as in we're going to kick you later. Laugh. No, they like the joke. Okay, that's kind of wholesome. So it's like a wholesome kind of situation then. That's kind of nice. It's kind of rare when they're able to like do like wholesome moments these days, I guess. Anyway, guys, I just realized it's actually sorry, not guys. I just realized it's literally 3:13 a.m. The time you see now on the app, it's actually 3:13 a.m. It's actually my time in GST. So it's actually late. I started streaming at like 9+ p.m. GST. I've been streaming almost 6 hours already. Almost 6 hours. And yeah, it's been almost 6 hours, and it's actually very kind of late right now, so I will have to end out the stream here. I will be streaming tomorrow, or actually later today. It'll be Project Sekai. It's a collab with Zell. We'll be playing Project Sekai. And if you play Project Sekai as well and would like to join us, feel free to join us. I believe it's gonna be an open collab. So if you play Project Sekai, feel free to join us. On that day, it will be held an hour later, which is 10 p.m. GST. Yeah, it'll be held at 10 p.m. GST for our collab. Hopefully there should be no changes, if I'm not wrong. But it should be held at 10 p.m. GST. It will be collabing for Project Sekai with Zell on Wednesday at 10 p.m. GST. Yeah, which is later tonight. Which is in like, I can't do math right now. I can't do math right now. But basically later tonight. So I think for Rover it'll be like freaking early morning. Sorry, late at night, cause I think Rover is in like opposite time zone for me. Wait, if based on Helldivers 2 collab, if for Rain it was morning, which was morning for me, and it was night for Rover and Miguel, then yeah, it'll be a morning stream for you guys. Yeah. Right? I'm confused. Time zones, guys. Time zones. It's 1:16 p.m. So okay, so it's yeah, it'll be a morning stream for you. Yeah. Is it morning stream for you guys? Cause like for me it will be 10 p.m. GST. I'm 1 hour after. I'm 1 hour before Rain. Cause Rain is AEST. Yeah, AEST. Australia time zone. AEST. So for me, I'm in GST, so I'm 1 hour before Rain. Yeah, I'm 1 hour before Rain. Oh, bro, my time zones. Yeah, you should go sleep in your bed specifically. I mean, we'll see. I'm glad I managed to pop in for the last hour or so. I mean, it's only this week that I started to like come back into streaming recently because I haven't really been streaming a lot, or at least content creating a lot. Yeah. So I just like there's so much things that's been going on, so I'm trying to get back on track of regular streaming. So just expect more. I mean, this week if you saw the stream schedule, this week is just a lot of streams. Just back to back to back. So yeah. But yeah, we'll see. Can't wait for a solo report. I did not agree to that, Miguel. So when did this XP system added? I have no idea, but it was added earlier this year, in the middle of the year, earlier this year. I can't edit it or remove it. It only the viewers, which is spectators, you guys, the chat, that YouTube could deal with it. So I can't do anything about it. Like, we as creators can't adjust anything for it. I can't even disable it if I want to. I've been trying to deal with it, to do something about it, but I can't because it's something that I cannot control. So only you guys can do it. I believe only y'all could deal with it. So yeah. I will try to make a manual if you want to disable the function for yourself, but in general, I'm not a really huge fan of seeing the top fans ranking thing because it's kind of dumb. But yeah, it's like it came from like Twitch also had this thing in general, but YouTube was implemented earlier, a couple of months ago. So yeah. Not just on stream, but like, when did YouTube decide to add this? A couple of months ago, I think 2-3 months ago, or even earlier. When I was behind or ahead? Ahead, if I'm not wrong, because so like right now for me it's 3:20 a.m. right? So for Rain it'll be 4:20 a.m. So I'm 1 hour ahead of Rain. Does it make sense? There he goes, saying we'll see when I refer to him sleeping on his bed. Should I call the Sil? Thy Sil when it's on vacation. She's on vacation. If you're 1 hour ahead of Rain, then it'll be a morning or afternoon stream for me, around 4 AM or 4 PM. Don't know which one yet. My brain can't work with time zone. It's one or the other. I mean, either way, there's still gonna be a VOD. So yeah. Oh, so basically YouTube added a thing to say which is at the top. Based on activity per stream, yeah. I'm 8 hours behind Grandpa. Yes, Miguel. Yes, you are. It's an EU thing. I'm actually gonna leave the vacation to remember you to sleep in your bed instead of where you are right now. Don't worry, she's still DMing me. We still regularly DM each other, so it's fine. But anyway, I need to head off now. So before that, I'm gonna raid Alice since she's streaming. She's also doing her art stream right now. So we shall raid Alice on YouTube. So yeah. So yeah, thank you all so much for coming. Thank you Miguel, thank you Rover, Zil, Potato, Bun Bun for helping to stream, for joining me on stream, on this productivity stream. I hope it was productive for you, or if you enjoyed just chit-chatting with me and just chilling around with me. But yeah, thank you so much for coming and joining me on stream. We will be reading Alice, and if you would like to join our Discord server, we do have a Discord server. Oh my god, the double rate. Oh my god, the Discord. Come on, please register. There we go. We do have a Discord server. We're in the midst of trying to revive the Discord server, to be honest. But yeah, we do have a Discord server. Feel free to join if you would like to join it. But yeah, thank you all so much for coming. If it's morning or afternoon for you, I hope you have a lovely day. I have a lovely day of you. If it's evening or nighttime and you're heading off to bed, I have a good night's sleep, a good night rest. Thank you guys so much for coming, and I hope to see you in the next stream or in a future stream ahead. I will be streaming the later or tomorrow. I think I'll be streaming. Yeah, I'll be streaming Project Sekai collab with Zoe at 10 p.m. GST. So I hope to see you then. Yeah, that's it for me tonight. We will be rating Alice right at the stream end, so please do stay to the end. That's it for me tonight. So good night, everyone. Bye bye. Bye bye bye. I hope you all enjoyed chit-chatting today. It was productive for you.